The session is called to order. Please rise for a minute of prayer and silent prayer and meditation. Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka masisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bagha, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidigdig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilig. Lupa ng araw ng walang pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pagmay mga ating at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we defer the calling of the roll.
Any
So,
objection?
Mr. Speaker.
The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the previous session.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House bills, resolutions, and communications for referral to appropriate committees on first reading.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill number 5496, mandating the appointment of barangay health workers in every barangay. Representative Nieto.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 5497, granting additional benefits and privileges for solo parents. Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 5498, strengthening the COMELEC. Representative Saulug.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 5499, establishing multi-species marine hatcheries in Basilisa, Lone District of Dinagat Island. Representative Ecleo.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 5500, upgrading the minimum salary of government nurses and other healthcare personnel. Representative Amante Matba.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill number 5501, converting the Agusan del Norte Provincial Hospital in Butuan City, Agusan del Norte, into a Level 3 teaching and training hospital to be known as the Agusan del Norte General Hospital and Training Center. Representative Amante Matba.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 5502 to 5504, creating barangays in Agusan del Norte Province. Representative Amante Matba.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 5505, regulating the registration, licensure, and practice of physical therapy. Representative Gonzales Aurelio.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill number 5507, instituting the second phase of agrarian reform in the country, thereby completing the coverage of agricultural lands under the Agrarian Reform Program, providing state subsidy in the acquisition and distribution of agricultural lands to agrarian reform beneficiaries. Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill number 5508, transforming the Department of Agrarian Reform into Department of Agrarian Reform and Rural Development. Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
Communications. Letter dated October 17, 2019, of Cesar R. Dulay, Commissioner, BIR, DOF, submitting the Bureau's consolidated monthly report of disbursement and statement of approved budget utilization, disbursements, and balances for trust receipts for the quarter ending of September 30, 2019.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated October 23, 2019, of Attorney Romulo P. Rivera, OIC Regional Director, Regional Office Number 1, COA, transmitting a copy of the annual audit report of the Northern Foods Corporation, Sarat, Ilocos Norte, for the fiscal year ended May 13, 2019.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated October 23, 2019, of Victor J. Yu, Provincial Governor of Zamboanga del Sur, submitting the report on fund utilization and status of programs of the project implementation for quarter ended July to September 2019 on the Local Government Support Fund to the LGUs.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated October 28, 2019, of USEC Bernardo C. Flores, Jr., Officer in Charge, DILG, submitting to the House the Department's calendar year 2019 Performance-Based Challenge Fund Second Quarter Progress Report.
to the Committee on Local Government,
Letter dated 31 October 2019, of Ryan R. Enriquez, Chairperson and CEO, National Youth Commission, informing the House that the Commission's report on the utilization of Sangguniang Kabataan Mandatory and Continuing Training Fund, Statement of Appropriations, Allotments, Obligations, Disbursements, and Balances as of the quarter ending July 31 and September 30, 2019, have been posted on the agency's website, Transparency Seal, on October 28, 2019.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated 5 November 2019, of Maria Catalina E. Cabral, PhD, CESO 1, Undersecretary for Planning and Public-Private Partnership, Office of the Secretary, DPWH, submitting to the House the project briefers, including the list of priority projects of PPP of the DPWH and the Toll Regulatory Board for implementation ongoing, completed by the DPWH.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
Report on fund utilization and status of program project implementation for quarter ended September 2019 of Lauan Antique on the Local Government Support Fund, attested by Captain Francisco G. Balangay, Municipal Mayor.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
2020 People's Proposed Budget of the DBM.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Financial Accountability Reports and Budget Accountability Reports of the Supreme Court of the Philippines and lower courts and the Presidential Electoral Tribunal for the third quarter of 2019 that were posted in the Supreme Court website on November 5, 2019.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Committee Report number 83 of the Committees of Health and Appropriation on House Bill number 1477.
to the Committee on Rules, Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed to the consideration of business for the day. Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 5070 under Committee Report number 70. And for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 5070 under Committee Report number 70 for consideration and approval on second reading.
House Bill number 5070, an act providing for free freight services in transportation of relief goods to calamity-stricken areas.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Rita Robes of the Lone District of San Jose del Monte for her sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
the lady from the Lone District of San Jose del Monte City is recognized to sponsor House Bill 5070 under Committee Report number 70.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Majority Floor Leader. I'd just like to get an approval for this bill that I would think that everybody would be interested in for the interest of the common good. House Bill number 2389. It is actually a natural disaster such as typhoons, floods, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions can happen unexpectedly, while human-induced disasters such as war and famine may not occur so sudden, but their effects can be so devastating as well. When they strike, they are tests of the resilience of humanity. Just here.
House Bill 5070.
Thank you for I stand corrected for it. It was just, the committee report number is House Bill number 5070. Just to make the bill short, this is an act of providing for the freight services in the transportation of relief goods to calamity-stricken areas. This is actually, Your Honor, to give chances to our benefactors and donors to have them, to share what they have for our victims of the calamities. That's all, Your Honor. I move that my bill be adopted and be recorded in this August body. Your Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that there are no members of the House who wishes to interpret the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of interpellation, sponsorship, and debate is now closed, terminated.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. Period of amendments is open.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. Committee amendments is open. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of committee amendments is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of individual amendments is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to do individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of individual amendments is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 5070, contained in Committee Report number 70. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Those who are in favor to approve on second reading House Bill 5070 under Committee Report number 70, please say aye. Aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 5070 under Committee Report 70 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session.
Session suspended.
So move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume session.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 4952 contained in Committee Report number 61. And
Committee
request
report
Committee Report number 61.
61.
And for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 4952 under Committee Report 61 for consideration and approval on second reading.
Mr.
House Bill Number 4952, an act declaring the waling-waling orchid as the national orchid of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate on House Bill number 4952. And I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, Representative Roman Romulo from the Lone District of Pasig, be recognized. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. The period of sponsorship and debate for House Bill 4952 is now open, and we can recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, Representative Roman Romulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leaders. To the members of this esteemed House, I am proud to stand before you to sponsor House Bill number 3506, also Committee Report number 61, which is declaring the waling-waling orchid as the national orchid of the Philippines.
May you please repeat the House Bill number?
The House Bill number, Mr. Speaker, is House Bill number 3506.
Is it not 4952?
It's the original, yeah, that is correct. The substitute bill is House Bill number 4952. The original bill, Mr. Speaker, was to declare the waling-waling as a national flower. But we substituted that bill to declare it as the national orchid of the Philippines. So now it's known as House Bill number 4952. Mr. Speaker, I move that the explanatory note of the proponent of this measure, the Honorable Vincent J. Garcia, be made also as the sponsorship measure of this bill. Just to add a little history, Mr. Speaker, this bill of Congressman Vincent Garcia has passed several Congresses already. Previously, they filed it as the national flower, but Honorable Garcia has now agreed that we make it the national orchid of the Philippines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
What's the pleasure of the gentleman from the First District of Albay?
I have just one clarificatory question.
If the good sponsor is the good sponsor is ready to yield for clarification.
As is the right of any member to interpolate any sponsorship.
You have now the floor, Representative Lagman.
Distinguished sponsor, I heard that the distinguished sponsor is adopting the explanatory note
Yes.
of House Bill number 3506, which has been substituted for House Bill 4952. The explanatory note says, and I quote, "This bill seeks to declare the waling-waling as the national flower of the Philippines to replace sampaguita." we are abandoning this statement in the explanatory note.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished member. That is why when I moved for the adoption of the explanatory note of House Bill 3506, I added that the distinguished author of this, or sponsor of this measure, the Honorable Vincent Garcia, had agreed during the committee meeting that instead of declaring it the national flower, that we declare it national orchid of the Philippines. And so just to clarify, Mr. Speaker, distinguished member, any portion of the explanatory note which refers to national flower should be deemed as referring to national orchid of the Philippines.
Well, with that clarification, Mr. Speaker, I have no further question, and I join the distinguished sponsor in urging for the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of interpellation. So,
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of sponsorship and debate for House Bill 4952 is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that there are no committee amendments, I move that we proceed to consider individual amendments.
Are we going to close first the committee amendments?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of committee and individual amendments is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider approval on second reading, House Bill number 4952, under Committee Report number 61. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Those who are in favor to approve on second reading House Bill 4952 under Committee Report 61, please say aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4952 under Committee Report 61 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now consider House Bill number 4953 under Committee Report number 60 and request that the Secretary General read the title of the proposed bill. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 4953 under Committee Report 60 for consideration and approval on second reading.
House Bill number 4953, an act declaring the Balangay as the national boat of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the Honorable Representative Romulo from the Long District of Pasig for his sponsorship speech.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open, and let us recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, Honorable Roman Romulo, to sponsor House Bill 4953.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, distinguished members of the House of Representatives. I am honored to again sponsor Committee Report number 60 on House Bill number 4953, an act declaring the Balangay, otherwise known as the Butuan Boat, as the national boat of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, with your permission and the permission of the members, this bill has been championed by one of our members, the Honorable Lo Fortun. Unfortunately, right now he's in a meeting, but could I ask that the Speaker, the members, allow the Honorable Fortun to submit as his the sponsorship speech his explanatory note, which he kept close to him.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
Majority Leader. Are you allowing the sponsorship speech of Honorable Fortun as part of the sponsorship speech of the distinguished chairperson of the Committee?
That was my motion, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion of the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education that the explanatory note of the distinguished author of the bill that we are now under consideration will be part of his sponsorship speech. Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the Buhay Party List, the Honorable Lito Atienza, for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Honorable Lito Atienza of the Party List Buhay is now recognized to interpellate the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa pahintulutan po ng ating kagalang-galang na chairman of the committee, we would like to just clarify certain matters. Why are we passing such a measure? Pwede po ba makapagtanong?
Yes. Maraming salamat po, Honorable Atienza, sa inyong katanungan. At ito rin na mabibigyan ng pagkakataon po para malaman po ng lahat ng miyembro ng ating Kongreso kung gaano ka-importante po itong balangay or butuan vote. Alam po ninyo, kung babasahin po natin, unang-una, yung mga historical documents, lumalabas po na itong vote na ito, ang kauna-unahang nahanap po na vote na talagang gawa dito sa Pilipinas. Ang barangay vote po, very special po yung technique ng paggawa po niya. Hindi po siya katulad po ng mga vote na narinig natin ngayon na ginagamit po yung teknolohiya po ng mga nails, kung ano-ano pong mga para makabit sila. Dito po, may special technique po na ginagamit siguro ng panahon na yon ng ating mga Pilipino na ang paggawa po nito ay pagkabit talaga po ng mga yung mga wooden planks niya na walang butas na ginagawa talaga, walang nails na ginagawa. Kaya nung hinahanap po ito ay talagang katangi-tangi po talaga na sinabi na gawa sa Pilipinas ito. In fact po, wala pang nahanap sa ibang kahit sa Asia po na ganitong klaseng technique ng paggawa ng boat. At during the committee meeting po, sinabi po sa atin, in fact, yung term na barangay ay nanggaling po sa Balangay boat. Dahil nangyari po dito ay seafaring po tayo ng panahon na yon sama-sama. Kaya eventually po kahit yung term na barangay ay hinugot po yan dito sa Balangay boat.
Sa makatuwid, Mr. Speaker, ang nilalayo natin ay bumuo tayo ng isang uri ng bangka na maaaring ang bawat Pilipino ay magmalaki at makaramdam ng pagiging Pilipino. Yun po ang ating layunin.
Tama po yun, Honorable Atienza, dahil talagang pinapakita naman po ng historical documents na dito talaga po ito nahanap sa Pilipinas at dito po ginawa ito.
Saan po ba nagamit at ginamit at kailan po ba ito ang mga balanghay kung tawagin? Ito po ba'y galing sa Mindanao, Visayas, Luzon? Saan po ba galing ito?
Ang una pong nahanap po talaga o na-excavate ay sa Mindanao po, sa Butuan City, Agusan del Norte, Mindanao. Base po sa mga nasubmit sa atin sa committee, ang sinasabi po talaga based sa pag-aaral po o yung nung in-examine po nila yung na-excavate na bangka, na boat po na ito ng Balangay, ay na sinasabi po nila it dates back to 320, 990, 1250 AD. In fact po, kahit kung babasahin raw po natin yung Chronicles of Pigafetta, sinasabi po niya na ito yung oldest pre-Hispanic watercraft found in the Philippines.
Ito po bang balanghay, kung tawagin, ay ginamit ng mga Tiga-Luzon, mga Bisaya, at any point in time sa ating kasaysayan?
Alam niyo, Honorable Atienza, base po sa committee meeting na kung saan natanong rin po yung katanungan na yan, ang sinagot po doon ay so far ang mga nahahanap po ay mostly nasa Mindanao. Pero hindi naman po nila sinasabi na eventually baka makahanap rin po sa ibang parte ng Pilipinas. Pero so far po, sa Mindanao po, nahanap itong mga relics po ng Balangay.
Mr. Speaker, importante po ito. Ginagamit pa po ba hanggang ngayon yung balanghay ng sino man sa ating kapuluan?
Sa pagkaalam ko po, Honorable Atienza, in fact, about 5 years ago, si Congressman Law Fortune ay inihain na yung bill na ito. Sabay nung inihain po niya yung bill na ito, ay gumawa rin po ng isang barangay vote muli using the same technique. At ito po inikot nila hanggang sa ibang Asian countries po natin. Trinak raw po nila yung base po sa records na nakita nila kung saan dumadaan dati yung barangay vote. Again po, nagka-expedition po sila. Pero kung ginagamit commercially po, siguro po pag naipasa natin itong batas na itong bill na ito sa isang batas, ay magiging inspirasyon muli para magkaroon po tayo ng tunay na isang produkto na gawa ng Pilipinas, gawa ng Pilipino. At siguro po magiging inspirasyon siya para magamit muli kung hindi man ginagamit commercially sa ngayon.
Ito po bang balanghay, kung tawagin natin, ay may tuturing natin isang sasakyang pandagat na ginagamit, at gagamitin pa ng ating mga kababayan, mga mangingisda. Alam po ba nila itong balanghay o ito'y ginamit lamang noong araw at hindi na po ginagamit ngayon?
Alam niyo po, nung nakaraan po, sigurado nating ginagamit kasi kung hindi po, kaya na-derive po yung term na barangay dahil sa pagsasama-sama po ng mga magkakapitbahay, pamilya, dun sa barangay pag ginagamit nila itong bangka na ito. In the future po, hopefully po, ay maging inspirasyon po siya para magamit po ng mga mangingisda natin. Malay po natin, baka meron pong mga Pilipino na mag-isip na mag-produce po, mag-manufacture using this technique ng mas maraming barangay boats po muli para magamit po ng ating mga mangingisda. Pero, ang masisigurado ko po sa inyo, Honorable Atienza, 5 years ago po, they rebuilt 2 boats, and these 2 boats po were used to track the same route that they knew that this boat used to traverse, and it is seaworthy po.
Ano po ba ang masasabi ninyong katangi-tangi na taglay itong balanghay kapag pinag-usapan po yung seaworthiness, yung practicality, yung cost efficiency? Ito po ba'y gumagamit ng layag o gumagamit ng motor? Ano po ba ang katangian nitong ganitong uring sasakyan pandagat?
Well, maraming salamat sa katanungan niyo, Honorable Atienza. Unang-una po, kung sa practicality po. Ang katangi-tangi talaga ng balangay po, ay ito po ay yung technique ng paggawa niya. Ibig sabihin po sa technique na paggawa po niya, ay kinakabit-kabit po na without using nails, yung boat po mismo. At nakita po natin na seaworthy siya dahil ginamit po siya about 5 years ago to travel the other Asian countries. At siguro po, hindi po siya gumagamit actually ng motor. Ang ginamit po dito, sails. Siguro po nung panahon na unang ginawa po ito, nung unang ginamit ng mga taga-Butuan, ay talagang wala pa naman sigurong motor noon. Kaya sails po. In fact, yung expedition po na ginawa, gumamit rin po sila the original way it was used. They use sails rin po.
Marami po sa atin nakakaalam ng kasaysayan ng iba't ibang uri ng sasakyang pandagat. Andiyan po ang bangka. Ito po bang balanghay isang bangka? Malaking bangka? Anong sukat po ba nito?
Yung sukat po niya, mabibigay ko po sa inyo. Pero katulad na binabanggit ko, Honorable Atienza, siguro yung katangi-tangi kasi yung technique ng paggawa nung balangay mismo. Na hindi po siya gumagamit ng mga pako, wala po tayong minamartilyo dito. Ang ginagawa po nila ay pinagsasama po yung mga wooden planks para ganun po ginawa at yun po yung technique ng paggawa niya. Siguro po yung detalye ng paggawa mismo, yung technical na paggawa niya, ay kung papayag rin po si Honorable Atienza, ay isasubmit ko sa kanya. Pero yun po talaga yung katangi-tangi sa kanya. Walang pakong ginagamit, hindi gumagamit ng external na mga bagay. Kung hindi yung mismong planks na ginamit sa barko, sa balangay mismo, ay minimesh in po nila together para maging barangay boat.
Di po ba marahil may hahambing natin ang balanghay sa mga bangkang malalaki na ginagamit ng araw, pantawid ng ating karagatan, katulad ng basnig, yung naturang ko ng Vinta, yan po'y mabibilis at tunay na bangkang Pilipino. Nagmula rin sa Mindanao pero alam at kilala sa buong kapuluan. Ang tinatanong ko lang po sa akin sarili, nais kong ipamahagi sa lahat, bakit balanghay ang ating pipiliin? Parang wala na yata nakakaalam ng katagang balanghay sa panahon natin ngayon. Barangay, naintindihan natin. Balanghay, hindi po natin masakyan. Although meron na po tayong nakitang gumawa at gumamit niyan ngayon. Pero hindi na ginagamit sa panahon ito. Pero yung Vinta, hanggang ngayon ginagamit ng ating mga kapatid na Muslim yan. Yung bangkang malalaki ay ginagamit para sa pangingisda. Lahat po yan ay mga Pilipino. So, tatanungin sa atin ang ating mga kababayan, bakit pinili niyo ang balanghay? Dahil naiibang pangalan o mas kilala at mas alam ng mga mangingisda at Pilipino na maaari nilang tanggapin isang karangalan na magkaroon tayo ng isang balanghay na tatawagin nating orihinal na Pilipino. Sabi ninyo, hindi gumagamit ng pako. Hindi po orihinal yon. Yon ay ginamit na ng mga iba't ibang bahagi ng mundo. Ang ating mga kapitbansang China, ang mga Kastila, ang mga Ingles ay gumagawa ng bapor nung araw na wala pong pakong ginagamit. Kaya hindi po yun ang maaaring pagbasihan ng isang bangkang Pilipino. Samantala, kung pag-uusapan po natin ng mga bangka, nabanggit ko po yung basnig. Ayun po yung ginagamit pang kalakal, papuntang China, papuntang iba't ibang bahagi sa mundo. At ipagmamalaki rin natin yon. Yung ba'y sasabihin natin, mas kilala yung balanghay kaysa sa basnig. O kaya mas kilala yung balanghay at mas praktikal kaysa sa binta. Baka mahirap natin sagutin yun, ginoong sponsor.
Siguro, Honorable Atienza, isa rin talaga na desisyon kung bakit ang committee po ay pumanig po sa author po ng bill na ito. Dahil base po sa mga documents po o historical documents na kwinento nyo sa amin during the committee meeting, ang lumalabas po talaga, itong barangay boat na ito ay known po at accepted naman po ng ating mga kahit na mga dayuhan na talagang gawa dito sa Pilipinas at yung nahanap po, parang wala pa naman silang na-record na nagamit na nagawa ito sa ibang bansa. So endemic po talaga sa atin. At yung technique po ng paggawa niya, sabi nyo nga po, maaring ginagawa sa iba po yan. Pero ito po talaga ay masasabi natin, may datos naman po nagpapakita o historical records na ito ay talagang naisip ng mga Pilipino sa Butuan. Probably po dahil doon yung oldest relic na nahanap or doon nakahanap, doon naka-excavate ng kauna-unahang beses. Pero parang accepted rin po yung technique niya na talagang ginawa po ng Pilipino. At siguro po, idagdag ko na lang po, alam kong nababanggit nyo rin po, pero kahit yung barangay po siguro isang patunay na po yan na kaya naman nagka-term po na yung barangay, alam naman po natin, smallest political unit na, or smallest unit of government natin yan. Hindi naman po siguro yan mapapangalan po kung hindi rin po nila nakita nakatangi-tangi itong barangay boat na talagang Pilipino po talaga ang gumawa.
Mr. Speaker, ano po ba magiging epekto nito, benepisyo, matatawag natin, sa mga Pilipino kung tayo magbibigay ng katangi-tanging pagkilala sa balanghay at hindi vinta o ibang uri ng sasakyang ginagamit ng ating mga kababayan hanggang sa kasalukuyan. ano po ang benepisyong makukuha ng lahat kung ang Balanghay ay bibigyan natin ng ganyang uring karangalan? Tanging tawaging sasakyang Pilipino. Para bagang yung iba hindi sasakyang Pilipino.
Katulad po na
Baka ganun po maging bunga niyan.
Katulad na nababanggit niyo, Honorable Atienza, kanina, baka marami po sa mga Pilipino, in fact, hindi po aware dito sa Balangay Boat. Marami rin pong mga Pilipino, hindi po nila alam na ang term na barangay ay nanggaling po sa Balangay. Pero pag na-declare po natin ito na isang national boat, mapag-aaralan po ng ating mga kabataan. Ano po ang magiging benepisyo po nun? Magiging inspirasyon po ito sa ating mga kabataan na simula't simula pa lang nung centuries ago, ang Pilipino pala, innovative, imaginative, creative. Ito po ay magpapatunay po sa sinasabi po natin na ang Pilipino po kayang pumantay sa kahit kaninong dayuhan. Ito po magiging source of pride po, hindi lang po ng Pilipinas pero ng bawat Pilipino. At mapag-aaralan ng mabuti at malalaman po ng kabataan natin.
Kung sakali po nating ipasa itong panukalang ito, bibigyan ba natin ng suporta ang mga gumagawa ng Balanghay sa kasalukuyan o wala rin po naman tayong itutulong sa kanila?
Hopefully, Ginoong Atienza, pag ito po ay naging batas, itong bill natin, at na-declare siyang national vote, ay dito po mauumpisahan na mabigyan pansin ng ating national government, yung National Historic Commission, yung mga iba pang mga ahensya ng gobyerno, na nakikita nila meron pala talaga na isang produkto na gawa ng Pilipino. Baka panahon na bigyan natin ng pondo to, bigyan natin ng pansin, bigyan natin ng pagkakataon. Dahil ito, ang pinakamahalaga po niya, inspirasyon po ito sa kabataan natin na gawang Pilipino at rin-recognize po natin na Pilipino po ang gumawa.
Yun po ang aking kinababahala na kapag itong ganitong uri ng batas ay ating ipasa, baka naman hingan din tayo ng pagkilala ng mga gumagawa ng bangka hanggang sa kasalukuyan. Alam nyo, may magagaling gumawa ng bangka. Isang pirasong troso yun, inuukit nila, walang dugtong, walang pako, walang original, Pilipino rin po yun. Kung sabihin nila kami rin, kilan ninyo, kami, nauna pa kami dyan. Gumagamit na ng bangka ang Pilipino, hindi pa natin kilala. Yang disenyo ng Balanghay. Dahil yan po ay inukit, dinisign ng mga sinauna nating kababayan. Pero yung bangka is a natural vehicle for all coastal living Filipinos from the beginning of time. Gumagamit sila ng bangka na inukit nila at yun ang kanilang sasakyang katangi-tangi. Bakit hindi natin binibigyan ng pagkilala yung ganong uring Filipino ingenuity?
Sa unang katanungan po ni Honorable Atienza, mahihinto po ba natin ang mga ibang mga may passion para sa ibang mga uri ng bangka rin na para madeklarin po sila? Ay alam naman po natin ang katotohanan. Kahit anong batas po, pwedeng ma-repeal, ma-modify accordingly. Ngayon po, base sa dokumento po na meron tayo, historical documents, katulad yung Chronicles of Pigafetta na prinisenta po nila sa committee, base po sa mga dokumento na ito, lumalabas naman po talaga ang Balangay po ang masasabi pa rin natin na oldest endemic boat na gawang Pilipino. Pero kung darating po ang panahon na meron pong ibang boat makers po, ibang probinsya na may sasabihin rin po sila, kami rin may ganyan at mapapatunayan po nila. Hindi naman para sa atin na hindi pakinggan yan at kung totoo po yan, lahat naman po tayo ay magkakaisa muli basta para sa Pilipino, para sa source of pride ng ating mga kabataan. Pero sa ngayon po, so far po, ito lang po talaga ang nakikita po natin, yung based on those documents.
Mr. Speaker, natanong ko na po yung mga katanungan na marahil maririnig ninyo sa mga darating na araw.
Yes po.
Pag ito'y nalathala na lamang meron tayong binuong batas na katulad nito, sinasabi ko, tatanungin ng ating mga kapatid na gumagamit ng binta, bakit kami? Di ba kami Pilipino? Yung mga bumubuo at gumagawa pa rin ng bangka hanggang ngayon. Marami po niyan sa Parañaque, sa Las Piñas, Cavite, Bulacan, Pampanga. Sasabihin din po nila yon. Bakit naman binigyan nyo ng pagkilala ang Balangay? Samantalang kami, andito kami, hanggang ngayon, gumagawa kami ng bangka. At hindi naman kami tinutulungan ng gobyerno o pagkilala man lang ng Kongreso. So I ask those questions, Mr. Speaker, anticipating that many sectors among our people will ask the same question. Why are you recognizing one type of watercraft to the detriment of the other kinds of watercraft, which we are still using, producing, and many of them are more adjusted to modern times, kinakabitan na ng outboard motor, at nakatatawid din ng malawak na mga karagatan sa ating kapuluan at sa labas ng ating bansa. So these questions will have to be answered by the sponsors and by the committee chairman when the time comes when people will be asking, what again motivated you for this? We feel that you are leaving us out in the cold. With that, Mr. Speaker, I have already stated my misgivings. I may not vote for the measure, although I am praising the chairman for his nationalistic research and nationalistic intentions. But on the other hand, it may also be fair to the other boat makers of the land to be given recognition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Atienza. At katulad po ng binanggit natin kanina, pagka dumating po tayo sa puntong yon na meron din pong mga iba na gustong maghain, papakinggan rin po natin kasi ang gusto naman po natin, mas maraming sources of pride para sa Pilipino, para sa kabataan. Basta gawang Pilipino po, siguro po maipagyayabang natin kahit isa, dalawa, tatlo pa yan. Gusto natin po yon para laging may maibaon po ang Pilipino na maipagyayabang niya na gawang Pilipino.
Salamat po.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm considering that there are no other member who wishes to interpret the sponsor. I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is open.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee and individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval on second reading. House Bill number 4953, as contained in Committee Report number 60. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Although as many as are in favor, House Bill number 4953, please say aye. As many as are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4953 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Bante, Baya, Abel Llanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Akop, Costa, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Cabas, Garau, Aglipay, Naldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagat Singh, Balindong, Bañez Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Kanama, Kawagdan, Kari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizalde, Kuwangko, Colyantes, Crisologo, Kua, Quaresma, Cueva, Pulyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, De Jesus, Daza, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Cleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fong Juan, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Eron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Carlo, Goroseta, Gico, Gullias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halos Hos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad Labad, Lakson, Lakson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Ligarda, Lim, Lim Kai Chong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padjernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yedamarie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmento, Saulug, Sabillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Tambut, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yolago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 234 members responded to the call.
With 234 members responding to the call, the chair declares a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, please acknowledge the guest of the Honorable Eddie Bong G. Plaza, Representative, 2nd District of Agusan del Sur, and the Honorable Alfel M. Bascug, Representative of the 1st District, Agusan del Sur. They are our guest priests from the Diocese of Butuan, Father Jose R. Sincero and Father Joselito Galido. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Will the guests of Representative Plaza and Basco please rise to be recognized? Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, please acknowledge also the guest of the Honorable Euphemia Culiamat, representative of the Bayan Muna party list. They are the teachers from the Alcadev and Tribal Filipino program of Surigao del Sur. They are Glenn Campos, Ari John Enriquez, Felix Egona, and Zaldi Tejero. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Will the guests of Representative Kulyamat please rise to be recognized? Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano, Representative Edsel Agman, Representative Joey Sarti Salceda, Representative Fernando Cabredo, Representative Alfredo Garbin, Representative Ronnie Ong, and yours truly, Representative Alfred De Los Santos. They are Board Member Giselle Salceda, Mr. Nong Rangasa, Executive Director of the Local Climate Change Adaptation and Development, the 156 councilors from various local government units in the province of Albay, composed of 3 cities and 15 municipalities, and vice mayors. Mr. Speaker.
Will the guests of Speaker Cayetano, Representatives Lagman, Salceda, Cabredo, and De Los Santos please rise? Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of Honorable Geraldine Roman. They are the Bataan Equality Champs. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Will the guests of Representative Roman please rise? Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 4664 as contained in Committee Report Number 21. And for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 4664.
House Bill number 4664, an act instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government, Finance, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Chairman of the Government Reorganization, Honorable Marvin Marino from the 5th District of Batangas. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairman of the Committee on Government Reorganization, Representative Marvin Marino, is hereby recognized to continue his sponsorship of the measure. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move to recognize Representative Arlene Brosas from the party list, Gabriela.
Representative Brosas is recognized for interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may the good sponsor yield to some questions regarding the Train 3 package of real estate tax reform.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ginong sponsor, nais pong malinawan ng kinatawan na ito kung paano itinatakda ang real property valuation and taxation sa kasalukuyan at yung pinopropose na pagbabago dito. Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, sa kasalukuyan po ay iba-ibang ahensya ng gobyerno ang nagdi-determine ng market values ng property. For example, for BIR purposes, it is the BIR that determines the zonal value of a property within a certain region. And for the local governments, each local government has their own assessor, at yung mga assessor na po na yun ang nag-a-assess ng mga market values doon sa kanilang lokalidad.
Pero Mr. Speaker, sa ilalim ng Local Government Code, may kapangyarihan ng mga LGU na magtakda at mangolekta ng real property tax o amilyar sa lahat ng ari-arian na nasasakupan nila. Paano po maaapektuhan ang mga LGU o Local Government Unit dito sa ipinapanukalang batas na ito?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, sa kasalukuyan ng LGU ang may kapangyarihan na mag-determine ng market value, pati na rin po ng assessment level at ng tax rate. Hindi naman po maapektuhan ng kapangyarihan na yan dahil ang local government pa rin po ang magbibigay ng assessment level and rate, tax rate. Ang mababago lamang po dito ay ang market value ng property.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, ano po ba yung motibo talaga sa pagtutulak ng Train 3 o yung tinatawag nating pinapanukalang batas ninyo? Ano po yung mga basic na dahilan kung bakit kailangan itong House Bill na ito?
Well, if I may read, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill, ito po ay para magkaroon ng standard ng valuation of real property sa ating bansa. Ibig sabihin, iisa po yung gagamitin ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno sa pag-determine ng market value. At ito po ay gagamitan natin ng valuation na dinedetermine ng mga professional, isang valuation practice na mayroong sinusunod na standards sa pag-determine ng market value. Ito po ay maiipon din natin nasa isang database ang lahat ng market values ng buong bansa. It will ensure transparency in the real property transactions to protect public interest. So yan po yung gusto nating i-propose para po iisa yung standard na tinitingnan natin, isang market schedule, tinitingnan natin upang hindi magkagulo ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno kapag meron pong dinidetermine na market value sa isang property.
Mr. Speaker, unang-una, nais nating itanong sa mabuting sponsor kung totoo ba na makapagpapalapad ng tax base o balon ng pagkukunan ng buwis ang measure na ito, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
Ang base po ng taxes ay yung tinatawag nating market value. So based doon sa minultiply natin yung assessment level and tax rate, maaari pong tumaas ang revenue ng isang, for example, ng isang local government unit.
So, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, may makikreate, may malilikha po ba na revenues dito? Yun po ba ang sinasabi ninyo?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry.
May makikreate o may malilikha po bang revenues dito?
Magiging efficient po yung, magiging transparent po yung revenues dahil na-update po yung market value. Pero ang sabi po natin, ang kapangyarihan pa rin ay nasa local government units as far as the assessment level and the tax rate is concerned.
Pangalawang tanong, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, hindi po ba na ito ay ginagawa bilang paghikayat ng mas maraming investor sa real property sector?
Totoo po, Mr. Speaker, dahil magiging transparent yung mga transaksyon ng gobyerno kapag meron tayong sinusunod na standard sa pag-determine ng market value.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, ito po ba ay may kinalaman sa Build, Build, Build program ng Duterte administration?
Siguro po meron dahil ito ay makakapag-generate ng revenue hindi lamang sa lahat ng local government at ito ay magkakaroon ng transparency. So yung pondo pong makukuha o ma-generate na yan ay nagagamit din po ng mga local government for their local infrastructure projects and also it also settles any disputes as far as, for example, nabanggit po yung mga infrastructure. Ang maganda pong halimbawa dyan ay yung dispute sa property right-of-way. Ang determination po ng market value, for example, ng DPWH, ay ito rin ang magiging basehan sa pagbabayad ng right-of-way. So meron pong fairness at meron pong transparency na mangyayari.
So, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, nililinaw natin na nagkakaroon ng mga problema sa right-of-way compensation, legal dispute sa valuation ng mga ari-arian, nakakaantala ng mga proyektong pang-infrastruktura ng Duterte administration. Yun po yung gusto nating sabihin. Samantala, ginawa po nating flat rate na 6%, yung real estate tax. Kahit ano pang tipo at lawak ng ari-arian mula sa dating tax schedule na 5 to 20%. Bakit po natin ito ginawa? Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, wala naman po sa bill na ito yung sa tax rate. Ang bill na ito po ay it is about the schedule of market values. So, hindi po kasama dito yung sa tax rate, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, sino po ba yung makikinabang talaga dito sa panukalang batas na ito?
Well, ang makikinabang po talaga dito, ang karamihan ay ang mga local governments dahil ma-update po yung market values ng kanilang mga properties. At alam naman natin ng local governments ay merong mga constituents. For example, yung Special Education Fund. Kapag po tumaas ang revenue ng isang local government, kasama po sa pagtaas ang Special Education Fund. Na yan naman po ay ginagamit sa mga pagpa-repair at pagpapagawa ng mga eskwelahan. So marami rin po mga infrastructure ang ginagawa ng isang local government. Bukod po doon ay maiiwasan po natin yung mga delays sa mga government projects. Gaya po na nabanggit kanina, yung pong mga disputes with the right-of-way. Instead of using ang zonal value, ay iisa na po ang gagamitin ng buong ahensya ng gobyerno sa pag-determine. Meron na pong schedule market value. So hindi na po ito hahantong pa sa korte dahil kung ano po ang market value, ayun din po ang ibabayad doon sa maapektuhan ng right-of-way. So hindi po madidelay yung projects because nagkakaroon ng mga kaso o nagkakaroon ng mga disputes. So maganda po ito para sa lahat po ng mamamayan. At gaya po ng nasabi kanina rin, ay gaganda rin po ang mga namumuhunan, ay dadami ang namumuhunan dahil may tiwala po sila sa ating sistema na may sinusunod naman tayong tamang standard sa pag-determine ng market value.
Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, on the other hand, may pinangangambahan po ang kinatawan na ito kaugnay sa sinasabi ninyo dahil sa tingin po namin mga malalaking dayuhan at lokal na negosyante at mga kontraktor sa mga proyektong pang-infrastruktura at mga may-ari ng mga malalawak na lupain ang makikinabang dito. Paano po nasabi yun? Sa pagpapasimple ng real property valuation at taxation, mapapabilis ang mga nakabimbing proyekto ng mga build na iba pang real estate projects na alam po natin na under the Duterte administration ay ipinangangako sa mga dayuhang namumuhunan. Plus, posible ring pataasin lalo ang valuation ng mga lupaing dadaanan ng mga proyektong build para naman sa mas malaking right-of-way compensation na sabi nyo nga kanina, maraming mga problema, no? At ang nakikinabang kung hindi po yung may-ari ng lupa ay yung mga burokrata. Tiyak din yung mga agresibong pangangamkam ng lupain sa kanayunan, sa kasakalunsuran para sa proyektong pangkaunlaran, bunga ng mas mataas na valuation ng mga lupain. So yun po yung pinangangambahan namin. No? Walang direktang maidudulot yung train 3 sa mga ordinaryong mamamayan o yung tinatawag nating Real Property Valuation and Assessment Reform Act. Tingin po namin ito ay baka mas lalo pang magpalawak ng demolisyon at dislokasyon ng mga komunidad bunga ng pagkukumahog ng mga negosyante na pagkakitaan ito. At sa totoo lang po, lalaki ang tax collection ng gobyerno kasi, di ba, napakalaki na ng tax cut sa mga may-ari ng malalawak na lupain sa ilalim ng Train 1 at Train 2. Hindi po namin maihiwalay ito sa Train 1 at sa Train 2 o sa Citirial Law. So, tinitingnan po namin ng buo na baka ito ay lalong pangambahan ng ating mga maliliit o maralitang mamamayan.
Mr. Speaker, ito nga po ay ginagawa natin para din po sa benepisyo ng mga maliliit nating mamamayan. Sapagkat pag gumanda po ang revenue collection ng isang LGU, ay sila rin naman po ang nakikinabang dahil yung mga serbisyo po na binibigay ng LGU ay doon din naman po yan kukuhanin. At hindi naman po natin sinasabing tataas agad ang mga taxes dahil ang inaayos lang naman po natin dito ay yung market value. Remember, the tax is determined by the assessment level and also the tax rate. So may kapangyarihan pa rin po ang mga local government na ma-determine kung talagang tataas yan o hindi. Ay tinatama lamang po ay yung market value. At ang gusto naman po natin talaga ay matapos yung mga malalaking infrastruktura na pinapagawa ng gobyerno. Hindi naman po pwedeng hindi ito matapos dahil para naman ho sa maraming mamamayan, yung mga pinapagawa natin, mga karsada, train system, lahat po ito kailangan ng pondo. Kaya ito po ay sinasaayos lamang yung market value para po makuha rin ang tiwala ng mga namumuhunan. Hindi naman po ito para lamang sa mga foreigners, bagkus ito po ay para din sa mga lokal. Sabi nga po natin kanina, yung sa right of way, ang mga may-ari ng lupa ay mababayaran ng tamang presyo dahil nakadetermine na po yung market value. So wala pong maaapi sa bill na ito. Bagkus gaganda po yung koleksyon ng local government, ng revenue, gagarin po ang koleksyon ng national government, at maaayos natin. Wala pong magiging sagabal dahil meron hong problema sa mga market values or right-of-way acquisitions at hindi po nagtatalo-talo, for example, ang BIR at ang assessor dahil hindi po ma-determine ang tama kung alin ang susundin na presyo. So, I believe, Mr. Speaker, ito po ay para sa mas nakakarami, lalong-lalo na po dun sa mga nangangailangan ng mga serbisyo dahil ang serbisyo naman po hindi yan naibigay ng walang pondo na nanggagaling sa mga nagbabayad ng buwis. Ang nagbabayad po ng buwis ay yung mga may-ari din ng lupa. So ito po ay magandang panukala sa tingin ko po dahil gaya po na sabi ko ang makikinabang po rito ay yung mga tumatanggap ng mga serbisyo.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, we are aware that under the Train 1, real estate tax was simplified and subjected to a flat rate. Kanina po sinabi ko na, 6%. No? This, of course, heavily benefits rich property families and big businesses kasi bumaba, who stand to receive increased tax savings because of their relatively lower real estate tax rates. Now, under the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Reform Act, property valuation and real estate tax administration are being simplified. Katulad po ng sinasabi ninyo, no? Una, ang tanong po natin, can the good sponsor confirm that this measure is an indispensable part of the comprehensive tax reform program, which includes the highly regressive and anti-poor Train 1?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not exactly sure whether it is a anti-poor measure. All I know is this market valuation is meant to give a transparency as far as the process is concerned on coming up with the correct market value. So hindi ko po alam kung yan po ay connected doon sa ibang mga panukala. Ang alam ko lang po ay ito po ay pagtatama ng market value ng mga properties. In which case, matagal na po dapat itong nagawa. Ang panukala po nito ay nanggaling na sa mga previous congresses. Kaya po matagal na po dapat na-update yung mga market values. Dahil nung mga nakaraan po, ang market value po ay ng isang property ay ang tawag po doon sa lokal ay sinisipat, determined by tansya Pero ngayon po ay gagamitan natin ng tamang proseso. Kaya po, we believe that this bill will correct the schedule of market values and also eliminate conflicts amongst the other agencies.
Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, we are very worried, no? Kasi alam niyo naman po ang pinanggagalingan natin yung Train 1. Kaya ang tanong po kanina ay kung ito ay magiging anti-poor or highly regressive nga. So sinasabi niyo naman po na hindi ito included doon, no? Sa mga tax reform. Can the sponsor also confirm if this measure is part of the tax reform measures prescribed by the IMF or the International Monetary Fund?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not familiar with the tax measure of the IMF, but this is not meant or this is not designed to oppress anybody, especially the poor, because ito nga po ay para sa mga benepisyo ng mga nakakarami. Ang magbabayad po ng buwis ay yung mga may-ari ng lupa at saka yung mga bumibili o nag-i-invest dito sa ating bansa. Whether they are foreign or local, it is meant to generate revenue, and it is meant to benefit not only the majority of our population, but definitely the poor sector. Kasi yung mga benepisyo naman po ay sa kanila madalas ibinibigay, yung mga services.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, let me cite a document from the IMF para po mas maintindihan natin na hindi ito hiwalay, no, sa tax reform package na ipinapasa sa kasalukuyan, yung tax reform 1, 2, and 3. The IMF country, Train 1, 2, and 3. The IMF Country Report number 18-287 for the Philippines, released in September 2018, particularly made mention of the Comprehensive Tax Reform Program, which is the CTRP, as part of its recommendations for fiscal reform. Among the policy actions prescribed is Train Package 3, which pertains to property, valuation, and tax. This is precisely the measure being deliberated at the moment at this August chamber. Hence, this measure cannot be divorced from the highly regressive Train 1 and from the other tax reform packages, which this chamber has passed in the past couple of months. So Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, hindi po siya hiwalay. Kailangan po natin tingnan na isang buo po siya na CTRP, Comprehensive Tax Reform Program, no?
If it is in your findings, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, on to my next question, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Meron pa po tayong gustong linawin. Ginong sponsor, before we legislate a measure that seeks to streamline property valuation, we need first to establish the current scheme of things on how the real estate valuation and the real estate tax administration are being carried out. Yung DOF po, through sa Bureau of Local Government Finance, has issued the Philippine Valuation Standards 2017 in adaptation of the International Valuation Standards, o IVS 2017. May we know if there is an assessment of how this was implemented across different agencies down to the LGUs? Paano ito ginawang batayan ng mga LGU? Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, it is being implemented. In fact, it is being used to train the current assessors of the local government units.
Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, the question was, paano ito ginawang batayan ng mga LGU?
Well, tinetrain nga po yung mga local assessors na sila naman po yung nag-a-assess. Ginagamit po nila yung sistema para i-assess yung mga properties sa local governments. And then that is how they determine the market values as of right now.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, sinasabi niyo po pa na isn't the Philippine Valuation Standards o IVS 2017 enough to serve as guide and basis for real estate property valuation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we can always improve. This is an improvement of the old system. So may mga karagdagan pong mga i-implement kung sakasakaling matutupad ang panukalang ito.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, we noticed that the proposed measure of House Bill 4664 does not make any explicit mention or reference to the IVS Council or to IVS per se. Does this mean that the IVS will not be the main basis in the formulation and computation of property tax and valuation?
Well, we are generalizing it right now into internationally acceptable standards, Mr. Speaker. So, mamaya nga po ay merong mga proposals for amendments. So, yun po yung isa sa maidadagdag na mga amendments sa bill na ito.
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, let's be clear about this. Kung ano yung gagamitin or kung gagamitin ang IVS o ano ang gagamitin para sa computation of property tax and valuation. Now, under Section 12 of the measure, it is stated that for valuation purposes, all real properties shall be appraised based on prevailing market values in the locality where the property is situated, in conformity with the valuation standards adopted pursuant to this Act. Now, we notice that the stipulation prevailing market value, not fair market value, as stated in previous legislations and jurisprudence in relation to real property valuation and determination of just compensation. Can the sponsor elaborate the difference of prevailing market values and fair market values?
I think the prevailing market value is the same as the fair market value. Fair market value only alludes to the process of how we came up with the value itself. So sa akin pong palagay ay pareho po yung prevailing market value at yung fair market value.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, mahalaga ang clarification na ito dahil apparently we are adopting a new approach in terms of real property valuation, which is reflective of the demand and supply in the investing market. Ibig sabihin po, this measure creates a bigger room for speculative pricing of real estate property and potential risks of artificial valuation. We've seen how speculation, especially in the property sector, has cascaded into adverse effects into the real economy, affecting workers and ordinary citizens. Kaya po mahalaga na linawin natin kung ang paksang ito kaugnay ng market value. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, let me cite, fair value is the most commonly used phrase when it comes to conducting a valuation of an asset. Fair value can be termed as that value by which an asset is exchanged hands between the two parties. This can be more likely to be traced with the fair value of a stock or the share price. In other words, the fair value of an asset is the amount that is paid in a transaction between parties involved if it is sold in the open market. A willing seller and buyer should have agreed upon this value. On another hand, the market value of an asset or any other thing can be termed as that value in which the market is made for an asset. Market value is the value of the company, which is calculated from its current market price or the stock price, and the same would rarely reflect the actual current value of a company, because the market value will reflect demand and supply in the investing market and how eager or not the investors are for participating in the company's future. So, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, kung dati po ang ginagamit natin sa mga previous legislation, jurisprudence, no, ay fair market value, why the change for the prevailing market value?
Well, gaya po ng nasabi ko, Mr. Speaker, pareho po yung tingin natin. A market value is the same as the prevailing, at the prevailing market value at the time it was assessed. So, I don't see how it is different, Mr. Speaker, kasi the prevailing is the market value as determined by maybe a professional appraiser at the time.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, I would like to go to my next point. Sa kasalukuyang real estate property valuation at drafting ng Philippine Valuation Standards, ano po ang involvement? Napansin po namin yun eh. Ano ang involvement ng private sector dito?
Well, doon po sa ika-create na consultative committee, for example, there is a on Section 7, there is a creation of a central consultative committee which will be chaired by the BLGF Executive Director and composed of a representative from each of the following: the BIR, Department of Environment Natural Resources, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, National Organization of Government Assessors, National Organization of Appraisers in National Government and Agencies, and private appraisal sector. So meron po silang representasyon doon sa committee, sa National Consultative Committee, and also doon po sa Regional Consultative Committee. Ito naman po ay kasama rin doon sa Regional Consultative Committee, same thing, BIR, DNR, head of the Regional Organization Government of Assessors, head of the Organization of National Government Appraisers, head of the private appraisal sector within the region or duly authorized representative, head of the Bankers Association within the region or its duly authorized representative. So doon po sa mga pagpupulong doon sa consultative committee, kasama po doon yung private sector.
Okay, natanong namin ito, Mr. Speaker, dahil sa ilalim ng panukalang batas, lilikhain po yung sinasabi nyo ng Central Consultative Committee. Binanggit nyo yung mga nandito, kung saan magiging bahagi nga nito ang isang representante mula sa private appraisal sector. Whether this would mean more preferential valuation for the private sector or not, it is course dependent on how much consultative committee will formulate the valuation standards and its appreciation of the market value. Yun. That's all, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. Thank you for giving me time to clarify yung mga questions po na gusto nating masagot. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Thank you to the interpolator. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Lito Atienza from the Buhay Party List for his interpellation.
The Honorable Atienza from the Buhay Party List is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable sponsor, we just would like to clarify the genuine intentions and the eventual results of this very important measure that we are discussing. It concerns about taxation. It affects the powers of the local government units, and it will eventually affect the taxpayer's capacity to pay or not to pay, or be able to pay, is real estate taxes. And in so doing, it may affect the development goals of the local government unit. I'd like to be clarified, therefore, Mr. Speaker, on some of the points raised by the measure. It claims to promote the development of a just, equitable, and efficient real property valuation all over the country. The reforms will broaden the tax base. Binabasa ko po yung kanilang sariling literature. Used for property and property-related taxes of the national and local government, thereby increasing government revenues without increasing the existing tax rates or devising new tax imposition. Wala daw pong bagong tax, hindi naman daw po babaguhin ang sistema. Tama po ba yung binasa ko?
Tama po, Ginoong Speaker. Pero yun pong kapangyarihan ng local government ay nandoon pa rin po. Kasi yung pong assessment level at saka yung tax rate shall be determined by the local sangguniang panlunsod. So, naroon pa rin po ang power ng LGUs. Ang nabago lamang po ay yung ina-adjust lang po yung market value. Gaya po ng ating interpolator, alam ko po siya ay naging mayor. So, isa po yan sa mga revenue generation ng isang local government based doon sa karamihan po kasi ng ating mga local government ay hindi na-update ang mga market values ng property na tumatagal ng taon bago po ma-update because it is a political decision. But meron pong mandato ang under the local government code. Dapat po kada 3 taon ito ay ina-update pero hindi naman po inaalis ng bill na ito ang kapangyarihan ng local government dahil hawak pa rin po nila yung assessment level at saka yung tax rate na ipapataw kung gusto po nilang o halimbawa po gusto ng mayor o ng sangguniang panusod na itaas yung mga binabayad ng mga buwis ng isang LGU. So, pwede rin pong i-adjust nila yung tax rate at saka yung assessment level. So, malelesan po yung impact ng increase in tax na babayaran ng isang taxpayer.
Yun nga po ang tatanungin ko eh. Paano ninyo matitiyak na kapag pinasa natin to, magkakaroon tayo ng just, equitable, and efficient real property valuation system? Paano po mangyayari yun? Pakipaliwanag nga po ninyo.
Ginoong Speaker, dadaan po kasi siya sa proseso na dinidetermine ng mga professional ang for example, may assessor po, may appraiser po na kasama doon sa nagdidetermine ng mga market values ng isang region o ng isang area. So, meron pong ginagamit na standards para po ma-determine ito. So, may dadaan po siya sa proseso na mas detalyado po yung proseso na ito dahil nga ho dinaan natin sa tamang standards.
Sa tingin po ba ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor, ang sistema ngayon ay mayroong depekto? Tuwirin na po natin ang ating pagpapalitan ng kuro-kuro.
Well,
may depekto po ba ang sistema ngayon na nais baguhin itong batas na ito?
Mr. Speaker, madami pong kailangang ayusin dun sa sistema ngayon. Katulad po ng mga disputes sa right-of-way. Yan po ay kadalasan ay nadidelay yung project dahil pinag-aawayan po yan nung kung alin ang susundin na presyo, whether it is the zonal value or the market value based on the assessment of the local government. So nagkakahablahan po dyan, nangyari po, hindi natutuloy yung proyekto ng DPWH. Kapag po meron na nito, isa lamang po yung standard, schedule of market values na susundin, whether the agency or government agencies will pay for the right-of-way or the government will purchase the property in cases
Sa tingin
of
po nila, may depekto ang ating sistema to determine costs for payment of right-of-way. Yun
Tingin ko
po ba ang
po,
inyong tinutukoy?
Tingin ko po, Mr. Speaker, meron dahil marami pong cases ng disputes o delay ng mga proyekto sa right-of-way. Sa ngayon, yan po ang nagiging cost. Mas malaki po yung cost ng delay sa mga proyekto ng gobyerno kaysa po doon sa mga sa present system ngayon. Kaya nga po meron tayong panukala na ma-improve yung current system.
Paano po ninyo ma-streamline yung proseso ng pagbalangkas ng right-of-way with this measure?
Ang lahat po ng ahensya, Mr. Speaker, kasama ang DPWH, ang DNR, at lahat ng national agencies, ay ito lamang po ang gagamitin o basis ng presyohan ng lupa. So, gaya po na nasabi ko, hindi na po yung meron pang ibang basis. Like for example, ang kadalasan po dyan nangyayari, ang pinagbabasihan, pinag-aawayan ay yung zonal value ng BIR, which we know it is the higher amount because those are based on two highest latest purchase. So mas mataas po yung zonal value kaysa po doon sa market value.
So with this measure, sa tingin ninyo, maaalis yung mga nangyayaring may diferensya between the zonal value and the local assessment. Ano po ba yun?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Sa makatwide, makikialam po ang national government. With this measure, you believe that with the national government intervening, all the problems of right-of-way issues on taxation will be minimized, to say the least.
Well, kapag po isa lamang ang basis, Mr. Speaker, ng market value, ay wala na po masyadong dispute as far as the price of a particular property. So, may iwasan po yung delay ng mga
Hindi po ba ang BIR ay sa ilalim po ng Department of Finance?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi po ba under the supervision ng DOF ang operations ng BIR?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Bakit kailangan pa po ng bagong batas upang makialam ang isang kagawaran na meron naman talagang tunay na pakialam?
Ito
Do you
naman
think
po,
it will streamline the resolution of issues related to right-of-way, or it will further complicate it with the intervention of the national government?
it will not complicate it because the Secretary of Finance will be the one approving the market schedule of market value. So kasama po doon sa consultative committee na bubuin ang mga ahensya na binanggit po ninyo katulad ng BIR, DNR. So ang mag-a-approve din po nito ay yung Secretary of Finance through the BLGF. So mas-streamline po talaga siya at magkakaroon ng database ang BLGF as to the schedule of market values of the whole country. So talaga pong ito ay malaking improvement, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, Mr. Speaker, still has not clarified the point I'm trying to raise. How do you improve the conditions today with the intervention of the Department of Finance on the functions of the Bureau of Internal Revenue in connection with the local government authority? You have to answer that, Mr. Speaker, because otherwise this piece of paper could mean a bigger problem for the country sooner than later. Dahil po, magkakaroon tayo ng maraming issue na ang national government na naman ang makikialam. Alam nyo, kung national government lang aasahan natin, huwag na tayong managinip na tayo ay uunlad.
Gaya po ng
We have a principle of local autonomy enshrined in the Constitution. Correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Ano po ba ibig sabihin ng local autonomy? Sa tingin ninyo? Self-rule, self-government, independence of decision, and allowing the local government units to do their thing. Gusto nilang mataas na buwis? Kumuha kayo ng mataas na buwis. Anyway, the Department of Finance will have always the authority to intervene if there is an abuse of authority. But otherwise, kung mataas ang buwis sa Maynila, matatalo yung mayor. Natalo nga, di ba? Dahil inabuso niya yung 300% increase in assessment values. And then, he suffered the consequences. Why, I cannot justify with my own thinking, why would the national government do a better job than the local government official who is elected and kicked out of office if he does not do well? The principle of check and balance on everything we do is the best antidote to all the delays in projects. The number one reason why we have problems with right-of-way issues is corruption. And it will not be solved by this measure. It will only abet more corruption when the national government centralizes on itself the power to control assessment all over the country. Pabayaan natin ang mga local government units mag-compete. Makati against Manila, Quezon City against Las Piñas, Taguig against Makati. That is the best way to really promote development in the competitive spirit as provided for by the Constitution. Local autonomy is self-ruled government, independence of decisions, without Big Brother looking behind my back. The people are the best policing agency. Pag umabuso ang local government, talo sa eleksyon. Yun ang the best antidote. Eh pag nag-abuso ang Department of Finance, si Secretary Dominguez ba permanenteng andyan na? Ako, I agree with the integrity of the gentleman. But I don't think he will be there permanently. If we pass this law, whoever sits as the Secretary of Finance will be a very powerful individual. Yung iniiwasan natin, lalo magkakaroon ng gusot. Hindi po niyo masabi yung ano ang talagang tunay na pagbabago kung ipapasa natin to.
Mr. Speaker, ang assessment process naman po, assessment, ay nasa kapangyarihan pa din ng local government. In fact, they will be the ones submitting the assessment, the market values of the properties to the BLGF. So, ang assessment po ay nanggagaling pa rin sa local level. Hindi naman po ito ginagawa ng BLGF. Nagga-guide lang po sa technical work ang BLGF. Pero ang assessment po ay manggagaling pa rin doon sa mga local assessors. Wala naman po pinagbago yung isasubmit nila. Kaya lang ho, dinadaan to sa mas magandang proseso. We are professionalizing and making it in-standard po yung kung paano nag-assess ng property. So wala pong kapangyarihan din yung sabi natin national government. But ang national government naman po ay kapag dumaan po ito sa proseso, meaning meron po itong consultation sa central committee na i-create at saka doon sa regional committee na i-create, kasama po doon yung local government. In fact, bago naman po ito ipadala sa Bureau of Local Government Finance, aaprubahan po ito, titingnan po ito ng local chief executive kung ito po ay tama at saka po yan isasubmit sa Bureau of Local Government Finance. So, ang kapangyarihan pa rin po ay hindi maaalis sa local government dahil assessor pa rin po ng local government ang magbibigay ng market values.
Kaya nga namin inuulit, Mr. Speaker, you have your vast experiences in the local government unit. The Buhay Party List representative has a vast experience in the local governance. I cannot understand why we need to change the present system where the mayor is answerable to the people and not just to the committee or special body or assessors that are assigned to see to it that there are uniform. Marami po mga requisitos yan. Papunta na naman sa corruption yan. Let the man be responsible alone. The mayor will sink or swim depending on the development of his community. The Department of Finance has other big responsibilities to perform. Assessment, valuation, tax rate, collection, lahat po yan ay lokal eh. Sinasabi nyo, maraming problema sa right of way. Kadalasan ang problema dyan, corruption. Di na ating tumbukin. The Secretary of Finance has every authority to intervene. But to put another layer of government when already we are on the road to full local autonomy will become a roadblock to national progress and development. Yun po ang nagbibigay alala sa inyong lingkod. I don't believe in centralization. This bill will centralize. I don't believe in national government taking full reins of the development plans of the country because they will not succeed. It's only the local government units who will do and deliver the expectations of our people for a better life. And if we pass this law, Mr. Speaker, we are going back to the old ages. They are stating international standards. Those are good words, attractive ones. They are stating that we have to use professionals. Yun po'y magandang pakinggan. Pero tuloy-tuloy po ang mangyayaring gridlock in many points of conflict if we pass this law. Let's allow the full implementation of local autonomy. Kung may diferensya, pasukin ng BIR, pasukin ng DOF, yung mga lokal na gobyernong yun. Kung walang problema, everything should just run on a day-to-day basis without having to go through a national agency for simple case of real estate taxation. You may say that the authority of assessment and the tax rate remain in the hands of the local government unit. Then why is there a need to so-called streamlining? You will streamline everything towards one road to corruption. Yan ang nakikita po ng inyong lingkod. So therefore, we urge all our colleagues to take a very serious look at this seemingly innocent form of adjustment in our taxation system once again. Buwis, sabi nga ng mga tao. Kung maririnig po ninyo, buwisit kayong lahat. Ang gaganda ng sinasabi nyo, pero pagdating sa amin, pahirap ang inaabot namin. Kung may diferensya, isang local government unit, let the BIR, let the DOF, let the President, let the DILG handle that defective local management. But otherwise, I see no improvement. I see no benefit if we pass this package 3, the so-called real property valuation reform, which the gentleman is unable to point out on how it will reform the system.
Mr. Speaker, may I give an example? I also came from the local government unit. I was a city councilor twice, and I was able to participate in updating our market values as far as our local government unit is concerned. Ang problema po dyan sa pag-update ng market values, yan po ay political decision. Usually, karamihan po ng local government units, hindi po nila ginagalaw yung mga tax assessment level, tax rate, and also the market values because takot po sila ng backlash politically. Kaya po karamihan ng local government units ay mababa ang revenue, ang koleksyon. Unang-una, hindi po efficient ang kanilang koleksyon dahil nga outdated na yung mga market values. Kapag po in-update ninyo yung market value, tataas po ang revenue ng isang local government unit na hindi naman po inaalis ang kapangyarihan ng local government unit dahil ang assessment level at saka ang tax rate ay nasa kanila pa rin kapangyarihan. So, if you determine whether you want to be competitive or not, so then just adjust the assessment level and the tax rate para hindi po malaki yung impact ng tax doon sa overall. But this will benefit a lot of the local government units who does not have the database, who does not have the capacity to update their market values. They are not even trained to do the assessment of other LGUs. Ito po sinasabi natin ay kabuuang pagganda ng revenue ng nakakaraming municipalities and cities. But the power to whether increase the impact of taxes will still be with the local government. The chief executive will have that power through the local sangguniang panlungsod. Ako po ay nakapag-participate na sa ganitong proseso. Napakatagal po ng proseso. At ang kadalasan po ay nag-o-object agad ang mga taxpayers dahil ito naman po ay ayaw talaga ng mga taxpayers na tumaas ang kanilang buwis. Pero pag dinetermine nyo po, hindi naman po lahat ng buwis ng residential ay tinataas. Pwede naman pong commercial lang and industrial. So that's where you get your revenues. Para saan po yung revenue ng isang local government unit? Para po yan sa mga constituents na mga ipapagawa, na mga serbisyo. So yun po ito pong bill na ito is designed for those, number one, the LGUs na hindi kayang mag-update ng kanilang market values dahil una, kulang ang kanilang training, wala silang computerization sa kanilang mga municipalities at yung mga yun po ang mga talagang kailangan na ma-update ang kanilang market values. Kapag po ang market values nila ay hindi updated, wala naman pong mga mag-i-invest na mga mamumuhunan sa mga lugar na yan dahil hindi po nila nakikita na tama yung mga pag-determine ng market values. Kaya naman po, ang sistema po na ito ay para sa mas magandang transparency para sa lahat at ang kauna-unahan po ay yung revenue generation ng isang local government unit na hindi na masyadong mag-aalala sa impact sa kanila politically because marami po, aminin man natin o hindi, marami po sa mga local chief executives ay walang political will para i-improve ang kanilang revenue. Ang inaasahan lang po nila ay pag tumaas yung tax rate, tinaas yung assessment level, tatamaan naman po sila politically pagdating ng eleksyon. Kaya po, kahit po sabihin natin kada 3 taon dapat ina-update yung market values, hindi po nila ginagawa. Dahil kada 3 taon, nag-e-eleksyon, takot po silang i-update. So meron po dyan mga LGUs na 10 taon na, hindi pa rin po na-update ang kanilang mga market values. Ano pong nangyari doon sa mga LGUs na yon? Hindi po nila kayang ibigay ang mga serbisyo para sa kanilang mamamayan. Wala pong mga social services, wala pong mga infrastructure project, kasi wala po silang pondo para maipagawa yung mga dapat nilang ipagawa. Ito naman po ay para sa mga kababayan natin na umaasa doon sa mga social services. Ang mga nagbabayad po dito ay aminin man natin hindi, yung pong mga may-ari ng lupa na sinasabi naman po natin ay pinapaganda naman po yung tunay na presyo ng kanilang lupa. Kung sakasakali po yan, lupa na yan ay dadaanan ng right of way. Sabihin natin pong pagawaan ng isang malaking kalsada, yun po nangyayari sa amin ngayon, papagawa ng isang diversion road, ang ibabayad po doon sa mga may-ari ng lupa ay kung anong takbo, market value na presyo. Hindi po yan mag-aaway-away dahil sasabihin po ng may-ari, hindi po ako papayag na yung assessment ng local government unit ang ibabayad nyo sa akin. Ang ibayad nyo po sa akin ay kung ano ang nasa zonal value. Doon po ngayon tayo magkakaproblema. So ano pong, ang sinasabi ko po, ito pong batas na ito, kapag naipasa, magkakaroon po ng tamang market values ang lahat ng property sa buong Pilipinas para gamitin ng lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno. Hindi po sinasabi natin, tinatanggal natin ang kapangyarihan ng isang mayor o ng sangguniang panunsod o ng local government unit dahil sila pa rin naman ang magdi-determine. For example, magkatabi po halimbawa ang dalawang city nagko-compete sa investor. Yan naman po ay pwede nilang pababain yan kapag in-adjust yung assessment level at saka yung tax rate. Depende po yan sa incentive na gusto ng mayor o ng sangguniang panlunsod. Kaya hindi po naaalis, Mr. Speaker, yung kapangyarihan ng local government unit. At ito po ay isang measure, sabi ko nga po, naging mayor po ang ating kagalang-galang Lito Atienza, ito po ay isang measure na magbibigay ng napakadaming revenue, halimbawa sa isang local government unit, na ito naman ang inaasahan ng mga tao para po sa mga serbisyo, pagpapagamot, ospital. Saan po kukunin yan ng local government unit? Doon po sa mga buwis na ibinabayad ng mga may-ari ng lupa. Marami pong revenue generation possibilities ang isang local government unit. Pero ito pong isa sa property ay isa na sa inaasahan. Aside from the IRA, ito po ay local generated revenues na inaasahan ng local government unit. Kaya po, Mr. Speaker, kasama po sa proseso ng bill na ito, ang lahat ng representative na binabanggit dito kapag binuo yung consultative committee. So dadaan lang po sa tamang proseso, meron pong standard na sinusunod para mahigayat din natin yung mga foreign investors o sino man nag-i-invest sa isang lunsod o sa isang municipality dahil tama yung pag-determine natin ng presyo ng market value. Pagka po hindi tama ang pag-determine ng market value, dadating nga po dyan yung mga magte-take advantage dahil hindi po alam ng may-ari ng lupa kung magkano talaga ang kanyang property. Pero kung meron po silang basis, meron po silang binabasihan, ay yan po ay napakaganda. Makakatulong po yan sa ating mga kababayan sa pag-determine ng market value. So ako po ay naniniwala, Mr. Speaker, maganda ang layunin ng bill na ito. Aside from what I said earlier, it will minimize the disputes amongst the different agencies of government. I know there is corruption, but corruption is, taken, kasuhan po natin yung mga may kaso ng korupsyon. Pero ito po ay wala naman po itong kinalaman sa korupsyon. Ina-adjust lamang po natin yung market value sa buong region o sa buong Pilipinas. So yun po ang layunin ng panukalang ito, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, lumalabas na po yung intensyon ng batas. Sa aking pandinig, ang intensyon dito ay pakialaman ng national government ang valuation system. Sabi nila, pag national government nagagawa, mas maayos ang trabaho. Ganun po ba ang inyong pinupunto?
Mr. Speaker, kaya lang naman po masasama dito yung national government dahil meron pong involved na national agencies. So, siyempre po, kasama po sa approval ang Secretary of Finance kasi susundin po ng mga national agencies kung ano man po na mapapagkasunduan na market value. So, definitely, meron po talagang role yung Secretary of Finance, national government, because the national agencies will be using these market values as well. Kaya nga po, from national to local, it will be the same market value, Mr. Speaker.
This piece of legislation focuses on valuation. Tama ba yun? Ang sa paniniwala ninyo, and we respect your points of view, and the sponsors of the measure, ang dami nila, oh. Sa tingin nila, mas magiging maayos, patas, at saka mababawasan ang korupsyon kung national government na ang mamamahala o kaya susubaybay sa valuation ng lupa. Ang valuation, for the information of the honorable sponsor, is dictated by many, many factors. Number one is development. Hindi na sinaanong gawin ng national government, itaas ang valuation, kung wala pong development doon, binabaha po ron pagkatag-ulan, at pag tag-init naman lahat sila ay nagkakabulutong, mawawalan po ng value yung lupang yon. Pero kung tuloy-tuloy po ang development doon, at tulad po ng Taguig, tuloy-tuloy ang development, tuloy-tuloy ang pagtaas ng presyo ng lupa ron. Sa Makati, tuloy-tuloy ang development, tuloy-tuloy din ang pagtaas ng lupa. Wala pong pakialam ang national government doon. So bakit hindi natin gawing modelo yung mga successful LGUs on real estate valuation? Hindi po yung bubuo tayo ng batas na naman na ang valuation ng buong bansa, sabi nyo, ay pag-aaralan ng mga eksperto. Wala na pong mas eksperto pa kasi sa mga dumadaan sa halalan. Alam niyo yun, sabi nga ninyo, naging LGU kayo. Pag kayo nag-abuso, hindi na kayo mananalo. Kung kayo nanalo ilang ulit, ibig sabihin, patas kayo. Yung mga technocrats sa gobyerno, hindi dumadaan sa eleksyon yun. Kaya kung ano sabihin nila, akala nila tama, sa totoo, hindi ka tanggap-tanggap. Sino mananagot doon? Si Mayor, yung mga konsehal. Si technocrat, wala nandun sa kanyang opisina yun. Wala naman siyang pakialam sa halalan eh. Kaya, ang aking pakiusap sa lahat, pag-aralan natin itong batas na ito. Maganda man ang layunin, subalit ito ay lihis sa tamang pamamaraan ng pagbabago ng buhay ng Pilipino. Local autonomy is still the only way we can really make the Filipino have a better life. Let the local units compete with each other. Mataas ang kanilang valuation, hayaan nyo sila. Kung wala namang bibili ng lupa ron, di wala rin silang kikitain. Hindi na rin sila mananalo sa eleksyon. Elections are still the best antidote to any problems experienced by all of us. Hindi yung dictation of some technocrats. Okay, magagalit, pero matatawa ako ron dahil dumaan na tayo dyan. Napanood ko na yan. Martial law, wala pong naghari sa Pilipinas kundi technocrats. Nagbunga ba ng ating kasaganaan? Gumanda ba buhay ng Pilipino? Hindi po. Gumanda ang buhay ng mga technocrats. Kaya hayaan na natin tumibay muna ang sistema ng local autonomy before we even talk about reforming, reshaping, valuation of land in the country. The measures or the problems mentioned by the sponsor are problems that can be solved without restructuring. Let the people be the judge and sila po ang huhusga. Sino ang tama, sino mali. Hindi po yung technocrat na nag-aaral sa Harvard pero hindi naman marunong ng damdaming bayan. Kaya ako po'y humingi ng paumanhin sa kanila. Kung sila'y excited dito sa batas na ito, ang inyong lingkod ay discourage. Hindi po ito ang paraan sa kaunlaran. Ito'y paraan para sa dagdag na kapangyarihan sa ilang tao sa national government, but it will not redound to the benefit of each and every taxpayer. Tandaan niyo, sabi nga nila, buwisit kayong lahat. Ayokong tawagin akong buwisit, Kaya maaalala nila itong ating maikling pagpapalitang ito na ipinigpilit ko, iginigiit ko, hindi ito ang solusyon sa mga problema ng ating valuation. Ang lupa ay tumataas ang value dahil po sa mga pangyayari sa paligid. Nagkaroon ng bagong shopping center, nagkaroon ng bagong waste treatment facility, nagkaroon ng maraming pagbabago sa lugar na yon, tataas po ang value nun. It cannot be dictated by any agency in office, much less the Department of Finance, who should be concerned with efficient tax collection, who should be concerned in cutting short the corruption in the Bureau of Customs. It should be concerned with the corruption in the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Let the real estate valuation, assessment, taxation, collection be the responsibility of local officials who are directly elected, chosen by the people they are serving. The people in the end, Mr. Speaker, will gain from that very healthy condition where accountability will be primary, transparency, fairness in taxation, and not dictated by anyone. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, for being patient with our arguments, but we will still be against this measure masisang po makarating ang usapan. Salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? Chair is none. Same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Any objection? Chair is none.
Mr.
Same is
Speaker,
approved.
Mr. Speaker, being no committee amendments, I move that we now proceed to consider the individual amendments.
Any objection? Chair is none. Same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sharon Garin of the party list Ambis OWA for her individual amendment.
Can we go page by page? On page 1?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Can
In fact, in some cases, line by line, yes.
can we go on page by page so that there will be an orderly individual amendments? We now go to page 1.
I start with page 5, Mr. Speaker.
That's why the chair is doing it properly. Page
Okay.
1, none. Page 2, page 3, page 4.
Page 4, Mr.
Page 4, Honorable Lagman. What line?
Page 4, Section 3, line 4. After the letter H, provide the following. Can I now proceed, Mr. Speaker, with my amendment?
Proceed.
Letter I. Internationally accepted valuation standards shall refer to generally accepted standards for the valuation for all types of assets, including real estate, plant and equipment, intangible assets, and businesses, which shall include but not limited to the international valuation standards.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is accepted.
On the same
Same
page,
page.
letter J, international valuation standards shall refer to standards for undertaking valuation assessments using generally recognized concepts and principles that promote transparency and consistency in valuation practice as determined by the International Valuation Standards Council.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker, and we will renumber the section accordingly.
The individual amendment is accepted. Any objection? There is none. Same is approved. Same page. No more. Page 5.
Mr. Speaker.
The
On
Honorable
page,
Garin.
on page 5, line 26, insert the word the after the word with, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
The amendment is accepted. Any objection? Chair is none. Same is approved.
Mr. Speaker.
Same
on this-
page.
On the
page.
same line, insert the word the after the word and.
What does the
Mr. Speaker.
sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved. Same page. Page 5, no more. Page 6.
No more.
7.
7, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Garin.
Pardon, Mr. Speaker. Can I go back on
Page 6.
on page 5? I'm sorry.
Page 5. Proceed.
On page 5, on the same page, line 27, insert the word loan between the words the and municipal.
What does
Loan
the-
as in L-O-N-E.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Same is accepted. Any objection? Chair is none. Same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, on the same page, on the same line, line 27, delete the letter S from the word assessors. Thus, the section 4. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved. Page. Same page. No more. Page
No more.
6.
No more.
7. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9.
Page 9, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Garin.
On page 9, lines 33 to 34, delete the words "and city" between provincial and assessors and insert the phrase "together with the municipal assessors and the city assessors" between assessors and including, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, on line 34, insert the word loan, L-O-N-E, between the and municipal, Mr.
What
Speaker.
does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved. Page 10.
On page 10, Mr.
Honorable Lagman.
On page 10, line 17, after the word SMB, insert the words "in accordance with internationally accepted valuation standards," so much so that the section would read, Section 14, approval of the schedule of market values. The Secretary of Finance shall approve the SMB in accordance with internationally accepted valuation standards within 30 days from receipt of the joint endorsement of the BLGF Director, Executive Director, and the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. Otherwise, said schedule shall be deemed approved.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved.
Mr. Speaker.
Page 10.
Page 10.
The Honorable Garin.
Page 10, line 31, delete the phrase "on taxpayers," Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved. Page 12.
Page 11.
The Honorable Lagman.
Page 11. On page 11,
Line.
line 17, after the words "the same approved," insert the words "provided, however, that this law shall not be construed to abridge the power of local government units to lower and adjust assessment levels and tax rates in accordance with the provisions of Republic Act Number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, to provide relief to residential property owners as deemed necessary.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved. Same page or page 12? Page 12.
Page 12, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Garin.
On page 12, lines 4 to 6, delete the sentence "for purposes of the local transfer tax, the LGUs shall use the approved SMV upon its effectivity or the total consideration and to transfer, whichever is higher, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Carries none. Same is approved.
On the same page, line number 6, after the words such as, insert the phrase local transfer tax, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Carries none. Same is approved.
Same page, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
On page 12, line 15, delete the words and city between provincial and assessors and insert the phrase together with the municipal assessors and the city assessors between assessors and including, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Carries none. Same is approved.
And on the same page, Mr. Speaker, on the same line, line 15, insert the word loan, L-O-N-E, between the and municipal, Mr. Speaker.
And what does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Carries none. Same is approved.
On page 12, Mr. Speaker, line 22.
Are we through with page 11? No more on page 11. Page 12.
Page 12,
Honorable
line
Lagman.
22. On page 12, line 22, after the words prior to the next revision, insert the phrase such as in times of calamities, disasters, and other adverse circumstances. So much so that the provisions shall read, in case of any significant change in market value, where the property is located after the SMB has been approved and prior to the next revision, such as in times of calamities, disasters, man-made or natural, and other adverse circumstances, or where corrections of every error, or where corrections of errors and inequalities in the SMB is deemed necessary, or upon the order of the Secretary of Finance, the provincial and city assessors shall recommend revisions to the existing SMBs to the BLGF Region Office, to the BLGF Regional Director, exercises jurisdiction over the local government unit concerned, provided that the city assessors and municipal assessors within the metropolitan Manila area shall recommend revisions to the existing SMBs to the BLGF Central Office.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Carries none. Same is approved. Page 13.
Page 13,
Honorable
Mr.
Garin.
Speaker. On page 13, line 26,
Any anterior amendment? None. Proceed.
after the word will, delete the word be, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Carries none. Same is approved. Page 24.
14.
24? No, no more.
Next one is page 14, yes. No more in page
No more?
13.
Page
14,
14?
yes.
We go back. 14. Proceed.
On page 14, line 7, delete the word city between the and assessors and replace with municipal, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Carries none. Same is approved.
On the same page, Mr. Speaker, on the same line, delete the word municipal after the word and replace with city, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Carries none. Same is approved.
On the same page, line 8, insert the word loan, L-O-N-E, between the and municipal, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Carries none. Same is approved.
And on the same page, on the same line, line 8, delete the last letter S from the word assessors, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Carries none. Same is approved.
I have a last proposal, Mr. Speaker, on page 19.
Proceed.
On page 19, line 7, replace 476 with 473A in parentheses.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Chair is none. Same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr.
The Honorable Go.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose one amendment. On page 10, after line 21, after the word approved, insert the following. In case of sudden changes in the market values, including but not limited to ancestral domain, public land, agrarian reform beneficiaries, and other vulnerable sectors, the assessor is mandated to recommend to the Sangguniang tax rates and assessment levels that will maintain or minimally affect the real property tax due for the aforementioned property.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Chair is none. Same is approved.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Chair is none. Same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 4664. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
As many as are in favor for the approval on second reading on House Bill number 4664 as amended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 4664 is approved on second reading.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of begin consideration of House Bill number 59 under Committee Report 73, submitted by the Committee on Trade and Industry. For this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill?
Session suspended for a few minutes. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the guests of the Speaker and the entire House of Representatives. They are the members of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, and the delegation is led by Honorable Herbert Edmond Arico, Member of Parliament, Honorable Maurice Henry Kibalya, Member of Parliament, Honorable Agnes Kunihira, Member of Parliament, Mr. Pius Perry Biribon Hoa, Mr. Tamale John Mirundi, Ms. Esther Freda Apolat, and Ms. Beatrice Gladys Guerra.
Welcome to the House of Representatives. In order for the House to be able to welcome the visiting members of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, session is suspended. Okay na. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
may we recognize the guest of Honorable Christine Alexis Tutor from the 3rd District of Bohol, Honorable Adonis Roy Olalo, Vice Mayor of Balalihan, Province of Bohol.
Please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of Honorable Henry Oaminal of the 2nd District, Misamis Occidental. They are Tessie Lomanta, Jose Binondo, Pedro Las Marias Sr., Engineer Lea Satorinas, Engineer Edgar Flores, Blanca Berrioso, Egbert Sordilla, Emerson Dablo, Hilary Gongob, Honorable Emigdio Florida, Honorable Eva Ordinem, Honorable Wilma Kanama. Mr. Speaker.
Please rise. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I reiterate my previous motion to begin consideration of House Bill number 59 contained in Committee Report 73 submitted by the Committee on Trade and Industry. For this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
An objection. Chair is none. Same is approved, and the Secretary General is hereby directed to please comply.
House Bill number 59, an act setting the minimum paid-up capital and locally produced stock inventory requirements for foreign retail businesses enterprises, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 8762, otherwise known as the Retail Liberalization Act of 2000.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the period of sponsorship and debate begin, and I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Trade and Industry, the Honorable Wesley Gatchalian, be recognized.
An objection. Chair is none. Same is approved. The Honorable Gatchalian is hereby recognized to proceed with his sponsorship of the measure.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. As chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry, I have the honor and privilege to stand before you today to sponsor House Bill number 59 under Committee Report number 13 entitled An Act Setting the Minimum Paid-Up Capital and Locally Produced Stock Inventory Requirements for Retail Trade Business Enterprises, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 8762, otherwise known as the Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000. Mr. Speaker, the Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000 was passed almost 20 years ago, designed to ease the stringent rules on retail trade, with the objective to promote the consumer welfare in attracting, promoting, and welcoming productive investment to become globally competitive through the liberalization of the retail sector. However, since the time it was passed, only a handful of foreign retailers have invested in the country. Thus, these current amendments to the law were certified as urgent by no less than our President, because with its approval, foreign direct investments are expected to increase and thereby provide the much-needed investments to spur economic growth. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, grant me this indulgence as I run through the salient points of our amendments. First, the principal question that burns through this issue is whether or not opening the retailing industry to foreigners will kill the local retail industry. The simple answer to this question is no. This is exactly the experience that China had when the retail industry was open to foreign investment back in 1992. As expected, the shift in their policy on retail trade caused an increase of foreign retailers. However, even though foreign retailers' participation in the market increased and local retailers' participation decreased, the actual number of local retailers increased. Simply put it this way, where there were only around 1.9 million local retailers in China before the retail trade was liberalized, the influx of foreign investments allowed the entire industry to grow, and local retailers grew to over 2.5 million. This happened because as the collective income of the country rose, so did the consumption of the population. The increased consumption benefited both local and foreign retailers because they shared a much larger pie. Another real-world example of the benefits of a liberal retail trade policy is the retail industry of Singapore. Singapore is a small island, not much larger than Metro Manila. But despite its small geographic land area and the lack of substantial manufacturing industries, it became known as the biggest shopping and tourism haven in Southeast Asia. This was made possible because of its liberal stance on retail trade. Now, despite having a liberal approach on retail trade, Singapore has not killed its local industry. It still boasts a burgeoning scene of local retailers that challenge foreign retailers for market share. These local retailers benefited from the entry of foreign retailers because they provided economic growth. On top of that, they were able to benefit from the free flow of information and technology transfers that were introduced by foreign retailers through global best practices. This representation would like the Philippines to grow and become a world-class shopping and tourism destination like Singapore. From high street brands to high-end labels and everything in between, the diversity of products has not only benefited Singaporeans, but attracts almost 18.5 million tourists a year. Its reputation as a shopping destination has made Singapore the second most visited city in the Asia Pacific and the fifth in the world. This definitely not only benefits the retail industry, but also the tourism industry and other related industries. Second, foreign retailers will no longer need to partner with the oligarchs dominating our economy. Nowadays, when you enter the largest mall, supermarket, duty-free outlets, or a similar establishment, we can see that almost 70% of the products are foreign brands. However, these foreign brands were only able to enter the Philippines because they partnered with the oligarchs who have controlled the market for decades. These oligarchs dictates the kind of foreign brands that the Filipino consumer can enjoy because only they have the capitalization to set up operations here. With the amendments introduced by House Bill 59, we will give not only the big retailers, but also the small and medium-scale foreign retailers the chance to set up shop here without partnering with the oligarchs. The foreign establishments can come here and set up shop on their own or partner with smaller Filipino businesses who can provide capitalization and experience. This amendment will end the dominance that these oligarchs have exerted on the Filipino people. Third, opening the retail industry to foreign retailers will also provide more jobs for Filipinos in the Philippines. When foreign investors set up shop here, they will inevitably hire local employees who know the culture and can directly interact with the Filipino consumer. And the more foreign retailers who establish a Philippine presence, the more Filipinos they will need to hire. We will then no longer need to send large numbers of OFWs abroad just because they cannot find jobs at home. We will be creating jobs for them here in the Philippines. And the creation of jobs is not limited to those directly involved in the retail industry. By welcoming foreign retail investors, we will be creating jobs at every stage of the retail process and in all other industries that service the retail sector. This means there will be more jobs in industries like advertising, construction, distribution, logistics, media, and manpower agencies, just to name a few. This comes after data from the Philippine Statistics Authority showing that the wholesale and retail industry is the second biggest employer of Filipino labor. It accounts for 19.6% of total employment, or about a fifth of the total employment in the country. Hence, if we can encourage more foreign investments into the country by liberalizing our retail trade sector, this would mean more employment opportunities for Filipinos. Fourth, Filipino consumers will inevitably benefit from the influx of new products. The entry of foreign retailers in the Philippine market will create healthy competition for goods and services. A competitive market will in turn provide more choices, and more choices means better quality products at lower prices for the Filipino. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, to ensure the protection of our local industry, House Bill 59 has set up measures to ensure the growth of Filipino-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises. House Bill 59 ensures that businesses with a paid-up capital of less than $200,000 or roughly around 10 million peso are still reserved exclusively for micro and small enterprises wholly owned by Filipinos. While a minimum of 10% of the 10% of the foreign retailers' stock inventory are mandated to be made in the Philippines. These twin measures are designed to protect our MSMEs while at the same time make the Philippine market more globally competitive. Mr. Speaker, to my colleagues, the formula for economic success proposed by House Bill 59 is simple. More retailers equals healthier competition. Healthier competition equals more choices for the consumer. More choices for the consumer equals lower prices, better quality, and new innovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of Tarlac, the Honorable Victor Yap, for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Victor Yap is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I have prepared a sponsorship speech for House Bill 59 or Retail Trade Liberalization Act amendments, but for the purpose of the interest of time, and I'd say that the previous speaker, the Honorable Chairman of the Trade and Industry, has coherently and completely laid out the predicates and arguments for the benefit of this bill, Mr. Chair. So may I please just give a copy of this sponsorship speech to the Rules Committee to be read into the records, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Hearing no objection, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship. Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the period of sponsorship.
No objection. Session is suspended.
Resume na lang, resume.
Dumating ka kasi. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the period of sponsorship for House Bill 59.
No objection. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open. Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the consideration of House Bill 59.
No objection. There being none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open Privilege R.
No objection. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from Bayan Muna Party List, Representative Euphemia Kulyamat.
The Honorable Kulyamat is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Magandang gabi sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, mga kapwa kong mambabatas, sa gitna ng tumitinding atake sa mga mamamayan na nagaganap ngayon, hayaan niyo akong magsalita para sa milyon-milyong katutubo at mamamayang Pilipino. Ang kinalakihan kong lupang ninono sa kabundukan ng Lianga, Surigao del Sur ay napakayaman. Tahimik ang aming lugar at sagana ang aming buhay. Ngunit sa lahat ng ito ay nagbago. Ang buhay namin ay nagkagulo simula noong pumasok ang isang laging company, ang Lianga Bay Laging Company sa aming lupang ninuno noong 1960s. Sa bundok ng Lianga, Surigao del Sur, doon ako sinilang at lumaki. Inabutan ko pa at natamasa ang sariling pamamaraan sa pamumuhay at pagpapaunlad sa aming mga magulang, ng aming sakahan at taniman. Ang kulturang ito ay mula pa sa aming mga ninuno at matagumpay na isagawa sa pamamagitan ng pagtutulungan sa pagbubungkal ng lupa, sa pagtatanim at ng mga direktang makakain na mga produkto. Kaya ramdam na ramdam ng buong komunidad ang sagana, maligaya at malayang buhay sa loob ng aming lupang ninuno. Ginoong Speaker, ito ang nawala sa amin noong 1960 nang pumasok ang Lianga Bay Laging Company na isang malaking kumpanya ng laging sa aming komunidad dahil pinagbawalan na kaming magdagdag ng sakahan para taniman ng aming makakain. At lumala ito ng 1984 nang nagsimula ang militarisasyon sa aming komunidad. Hindi namin ramdam ang paggalang sa aming karapatan at sa tagal na naming naninirahan sa lugar na dinatnan ng mga military. Nasaksihan namin ang ginawa nilang pambubugbog ng aming mga kalalakihan. At sa aming pagsasamantala sa aming mga kagababaihan. Doon kami nakaranas ng matinding diskriminasyon. Kami ay nilalait, pinagtatawanan, pinutol ang mga puno ng aming kagubatan at hinuli ang aming mga magulang na nakikitang nagtatanim sa lupain. Ginawang kriminal ang aming mga magulang na nagtatanim. Maging ang pagtatanim sa aming sariling lupain ninuno ay ginawang krimen. Lumalala pa ito nang pumasok ang minahan ng aming lupang ninuno, ang Benguet Mining Company na naglulunsad ng exploration na wala ding pahintulot namin. Grabe ang aming dinanas na hirap sa ilalim ng mga kumpanyang yumaman mula sa lupang ninuno. Ngunit dahil sa pagkakaisa ng mga katutubo sa panindigan, ang karapatan sa lupang ninuno at sariling pagpapasya, sila ay napalayas at buhay pa ang kagubatan sa aming lupang ninuno. Ginoong Speaker, sa dinami-daming paghihirap na dinadaanan namin noong 1991, ay napagpasyahan naming bumaba sa bayan at tumungo kami sa simbahan at malaking pagpapasalamat namin dahil tinanggap kami ni Father Ivan Novo at ni Monsignor Ireneo Amantillo at doon namin ibinahagi ang kalagayan na dinanas namin dahil sa operasyon ng mga military. Sa loob ng 3 buwan, habang nasa pastoral center kami, palagi kaming kinakausap ni Monsignor at sinusuportahan niya ang aming paniniwala na ang lupang ninuno ay handog sa atin ni magbabaya o ang may likha at dito nakaugat ang lahat ng buhay. Binabahagi din namin ang aming pangangailangan sa edukasyon para sa aming mga anak upang maugnayan namin ang mas maunlad na kultura sa pamamagitan ng edukasyon. At ipinakilala ni Monsignor Ireneo Amantillo sa amin ang Literacy and Numeracy Program ng Diocese ng Tandag, Surigao del Sur, ang Tribal Filipino Program of Surigao del Sur. Sinabi niya sa amin na kailangan magkaisa kaming mga lumad dahil kung hindi kami magkakaisa, walang sinumang tutulong at rerespeto sa amin. Kaya sa pag-uwi namin sa aming komunidad, Ginoong Speaker, pinagkaisa namin ang aming hanay upang mas paunlarin ang aming ekonomiya, politika at kultura. 1996, nabuo ang aming organisasyong Mapasok. 1987, nang formal na nagbukas ang klase ng Tribal Filipino Program of Surigao del Sur. Nang 2004, nang maitayo namin ang sa sariling pagsisikap at pagsasakripisyo ang Alternative Learning Center for Agricultural and Livelihood Development or ALCADEV. Ngunit ngayon, nakaambang pumasok muli ang mga minahan sa aming kabundukan kung kaya't papatindi ang militarisasyon sa aming komunidad. Sa lupang ninuno ng mga katutubo sa Lianga, mayroon ng coal operating contract na 5 minahan na saklaw ang mga mahigit 25,000 ektarya sa Andap Valley Complex. Ito ang rason kung bakit papatindi ang militarisasyon at pag-atake sa mga komunidad ng mga lumad sa Mindanao. Sa aming komunidad sa Simuaw, Lianga, Surigao del Sur, sa kasalukuyan, halos 4 na buwan na nagkampo ang mga militar doon sa aming sa komunidad mismo, natutulog sa birthing clinic, sa mga bahay ng residente, nakasit up ang mga tent sa gitna ng mga bahay. Sa umaga, nagroronda sila sa komunidad, dala ang mga baril at sa gabi ay maingay na nag-iinuman. Pinasok ang cottage ng aming mga guro at pilit na pinapabigay ang listahan ng lahat ng mag-aaral sa aming mga paaralan. Pinipilit maging kafgo ang aming mga kalalakihan. Hindi nakapunta sa sakahan ang mga residente dahil sa takot. Pumuslit na lang sa sakahan upang makakuha ng makakain. Para kaming ginawang magnanakaw sa aming sariling lupang ninuno. Para kaming bumalik sa madilim na panahon sa mga logging at mining company. Sino ba naman ang papayag sa ganitong kalagayan? Hindi makatao ang nagaganap na militarisasyon sa aming komunidad. Ang pagkampo sa mga publikong lugar ay labag sa batas. Malinaw sa amin na hindi para sa kapayapaan ng komunidad at hindi para sa aming kapakanan ang naganap na militarisasyon. Kaya kami napunta sa iba't ibang tanggapan upang idulog ang mga panawagan upang igiit ang aming batayang karapatan. Noong nagkaroon ng dialogue noong October 21, ang lumad ng komunidad at ng mga lokal na pamahalaan at nandun ako at saka si Congressman Kaloy Sarati. Nakita ng buong komunidad kung paano hinati at pinag-away-away ng Estado kaming mga lumad sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng mga kapwa lumad, mga picking leader o mga tribal dealer ng aming mga lupang ninuno na siyang nagpapalaganap ng mga kasinungalingan. Ginoong Speaker, ang lahat ng ito ay paninirang puri ng mga lumad na organisadong ipagtatanggol ang lupang ninuno. Ito ay bahagi lamang ng sistematikong atake upang patahimikin at katakutin kaming mga katutubo hanggang tuluyan ng makapasok ang mapanirang mga proyekto sa Andap Valley, sa Pantaron Mountain Range at sa mga kabundukan ng Mindanao, ang huling frontira ng ating bansa. Ito ang nais makamit ng Whole of Nation approach, bunga ng Executive Order No. 70. Ito ang layunin ng nagpapatuloy ng martial law sa Mindanao. Ngunit sa tumitinding atake, lalong tumitindi ang aming pagkakaisa at determinasyon upang depensahan ang lupang ninuno na mula sa pandarambong. Ginoong Speaker, ang pamumuhay, paninirahan at pamumuno ng mga katutubo ay mahigpit na nakaugat sa lupang ninuno. Kinikilala itong sagrado dahil ito ang pundasyon ng buhay at pananampalataya, libingan ng aming mga ninuno. Dito nakaugat ang pagkilala sa sarili at tribo at sa kasaysayan at sa salinlahi. Ang lahat ng likas yaman na nasa ibabaw at ilalim ng lupa ay kinikilala na bahagi ng lupang ninuno. Ganito kahalaga ang lupang ninuno para sa amin, kung kaya't hindi namin ito basta-bastang ipagpalit ng salapi. Nais naming linangin ang aming lupang ninuno sa sustainable at tutugon sa pangangailangan ng mamamayan. Ang mga kabundukang aming pinoprotektahan ay siya ring pinagmumula ng tubig at iba pang likas na yaman sa mga mamamayan sa kapatagan. Ayaw nating masira ang ating kabundukan dahil sa pandarambong ng mga dayuhang minahan, plantasyon at iba pang mapanirang proyekto. At iilan lang ang makikinabang at wawasak sa ating inang kalikasan. Sa sinsya, ito ang gustong ipagtatanggol namin at dapat na ang gobyerno ay kasama namin sa pagtatanggol ng kalikasan at kagalingan ng lahat ng mamamayan. Pero Ginoong Speaker, bakit tila ang mga ahensya pa ng gobyerno ang naghahawan ng daan para mapapasok ang mapanirang mga proyektong ito? Nang naranasan namin ang pagpatay ng aming 2 leader at guro sa madugong Lianga Massacre noong September 1, 2015, 1 taon kaming nasa evacuation center, ngunit hindi kami nawala ng pag-asa dahil maraming mamamayan ang tumutulong sa amin at nakakaunawa na wasto ang pagtatanggol namin sa lupa. Alam ng taong bayan na wasto lamang na ipagtatanggol natin ang mga kagubatan at kabundukang nagbibigay buhay sa ating lahat mula sa pandarambong at mapanirang mga minahan, laging at plantasyon. At sa ganon din, dapat ang mga kinatawan ng mamamayan, kasama ng taong bayan sa pag-iit ng ating mga batayang karapatan, makiisa sa ipaglalaban ng mga katutubo ng malawak na hanay ng mamamayan. Ginoong Speaker, pinaglalaban ng mga katutubo ang pagdepensa ng lupang ninuno ay lehitimo. Hindi ito pansariling interes lamang. Ito ay para sa kagalingan ng buong mamamayang Pilipino. Ang paggalang sa kaalaman, katutubong kaalaman, ay mahalaga para sa tuloy-tuloy at makatarungang pag-unlad at angkop na pangangasiwa sa ating inang kalikasan. Patuloy namin igigiit na kilalanin ang aming mga batayang karapatan at karapatan bilang katutubo. Panindigan ang karapatan sa lupa, lupang ninuno at sariling pagpapasya. Lalabanan ang tumitinding pasismo. Palayasin ang mga militar at paramilitar na nanggugulo sa aming mga komunidad. Tutulan ang pandarambong sa mga lupang ninuno. Ginoong Speaker, ito lamang po. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon ulit sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Honorable Kulyamat to the Committee on Rules.
No objection. Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker, I
Leader.
move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
No objection. Session is suspended.
Banabasa mo.
Wala naman si Sir dito eh. Basta
Oh, nakita mo yung sinabi ko. Nakita mo.
Magpipicture muna tayo sandali.
Dati ba ito? Kayo sasabi chip. Ngayon, kayo aawhati.
Management, sir.
Wala na si Tahad. Anong membro na? Tapos pagka-sir, adjourn ka.
Balik lang tayo pagkatapos.
Mag-explica ako mamaya na bali. Hindi ko naman pwede turo kayo. Take one for
Nasa lunch.
welcome to the house.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill number 1911 from the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation to the Committee on Trade and Industry. House Bill numbers 3953 and 4908 from the Committee of Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources to the Committee on Cooperative Development. And House Bill numbers 287, 619, 1058, 2436, 2851, and 3024 from the Committee on Local Government to the Committee on Cooperatives Development. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Okay na. Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension.
Session suspended.
Pagbaba na, sir. Pagbaba na, sir.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of Honorable Minority Leader Benvenido Abante Jr. of the 6th District of Manila. They are Bishop Ruben Abante, Dr. Hernes Abante, Missionary Dennis Ebert, Pastor Ramel Porto, Pastor Joe Belisario from Quezon City, Pastor Francis Salonga, Pastor Dave Maclay, Pastor Miller Armenedes, Pastor Marben Frias, Pastor Dan Dexter Gubat, Pastor Romeo Balitok, Pastor Wilver Wegan, Pastor Carlito Balo, of Bohol, Pastor Joey Reyes, Pastor Joel Rabi, Pastor Jojo Santos, Pastor Daniel Delfin, Pastor Jeremias Kiom, Pastor Robert Malit, Pastor Jimbo Cortez, Pastor Joe Oeter Nicor, Pastor Arnel Arquisola of Capiz, Pastor Ramon Rasauro, Pastor Roseller Orolfo of Iriga, Pastor Joel Orsine, Pastor Willington Ogorida, Pastor Gary Romero, Pastor Rene Moralde, Pastor Jeff Lazaro, Pastor Rizel Kayanan, Pastor Emerson Cruz of Pampanga, Pastor Jojo Tuason of Isabela, Pastor Rene Moralde, Pastor Ed Taguyam, Pastor Kenneth Gomez, Pastor Kim Brian Matito, Pastor Elmer Duque, Pastor Robert Tolentino, Pastor Perfecto de Vera, Pastor Bert Chan of Bulacan, Pastor Irvi Castillo, Preacher Robert Blusa, Preacher Jerry Parna, Preacher Romy Fadriguela, Preacher Paquito Gabrud, Preacher Chris Torres, Preacher Wilfredo Glinoga, Preacher Ray Balagtas, Preacher Peter Lee, Preacher Dan Lorenzo, Preacher Rick Malit, Susan Perez, and Rhoda Alegre, Mr. Speaker.
The guests of the Honorable Minority Leader are all formally welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Benvenido Abante Jr. for his privileged speech.
The Honorable Abante is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This group of pastors here, before I start, Mr. Speaker, is only part of the Bible Mode or the Bible Believers League for Democracy and all right, which has about 6,000 member pastors all over the world. Mr. Speaker, friends and colleagues in the House, mga kababayan, magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat. I rise on a matter of personal privilege in defense of my constituents and the Filipino consumer. Today, almost all oil companies raise gasoline prices with increases ranging between 80 to 85 centavos per liter. Only one oil company did not raise gasoline prices this week. Instead, it will be implementing its new rates tomorrow. I think it was about 2 weeks ago when the oil companies announced, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, that they are lowering down the prices of oil to 10 centavos per liter. But 4 days later, they announced that they are raising the prices of gasoline to 80 centavos per liter, Mr. Speaker. That has been going on for years. And this is not the first time all prices have increased this year. In September, oil companies raised gasoline prices twice. On September 17, oil companies raised pump prices of gasoline and diesel by 1 peso and 85 centavos and 85 centavos per liter, respectively. Less than a week later, oil companies again raised prices with increases of 2 pesos and 35 per liter for gasoline and 1 peso and 80 centavos per liter for diesel. Oil companies defended these increases, Mr. Speaker, by blaming attacks on 2 oil plants in Saudi Arabia. Attacks that supposedly knocked out nearly 60% of the country's oil capacity. This despite pronouncement from the Department of Energy before the Senate Committee on Energy that our country had adequate fuel supplies in the event that conditions worsened in the Middle East. Thankfully, that did not happen. So when the crisis passed, this representation expected fuel prices to go down. And the prices did. But what did DOE discover? According to the Department of Energy, they made computations and said that the numbers did not add up. In a statement issued on October 2, DOE Secretary Alfonso Cusi said, and I quote, "In view of the apparent difference in the oil price rollback calculations between the Department of Energy and oil firms, we issued show cause orders to 13 oil companies yesterday afternoon." That was October 1. At a palace briefing that day, Assistant Secretary Leonido J. Pulido III explained that per their computations, the price reductions for gasoline was short by 22 centavos per liter, and the rollback for diesel was short by 0.06 centavos. Mr. Speaker, the surges in oil prices were not just sudden, but as pointed out by a distinguished member of the minority, Marikina Representative Estela Kimbo, they were simultaneous, Mr. Speaker. Sabay-sabay po sila nagtaas ng presyo. Congresswoman Kimbo is an economist by profession, while I am a preacher, Mr. Speaker. But we both smell something fishy, Mr. Speaker. There are many instances that gasoline prices have gone up, and also many instances that they have gone down. But the differences in gasoline prices at the beginning of the year compared to the prices of gasoline this month should give us a pause. May I just mention, Mr. Speaker, as of January 31, 2019, prices of the lowest quality of gasoline range from 42.70 pesos to 51.76 pesos. As of November 14, 2019, gasoline prices range from 44.20 to 57.14 pesos, Mr. Speaker. This, Mr. Speaker, translates to a steady price increase ranging from 1 peso and 50 centavos to almost a staggering 6 pesos per liter of gasoline. Hindi lang po ang frequency ang concern natin, kundi ang rate ng pagtaas kumpara sa pagbaba. I also fear that the almost identical price increases and the timing of the same indicate that oil companies, I repeat, may be colluding at the expense of the Filipino consumer. Akala ko ba meron po tayong tinatawag nating fair competition? Akala ko po ba, Mr. Speaker, nung hindi na po niregulate ng pamahalaan ang presyo ng krudo at ng langis, makikita po natin na nagkaroon na ng mga dagdag na mga oil players dito at magkakaroon ng fair competition. Subalit hindi po ito nakita natin. Ang nakikita po namin, Mr. Speaker, na itong mga oil companies natin, merong kolusyon, nag-uusap-usap kung anong presyo ng langis ang kanilang ibaba at kung kailan sila muli magtataas, Mr. Speaker. That is not fair competition, Mr. Speaker. Kaya naman po, di ako nagugulat na may nagkaso sa mga ito. Last week, a consumer rights group filed a complaint with the Philippine Competition Commission alleging petroleum price fixing, cartel, and collusion among 15 oil companies operating in our country. I remember during the budget deliberations, sinabi ko po sa mga opisyal ng tinatawag nating Philippine Competition Commission or PCC na noon ko lamang narinig ang kanilang agency. Bakit po? Sapagkat wala silang ginagawa. And I made a statement that I will do my best to dissolve this agency, the Philippine Competition Commission. Why? Because it is not doing anything and we are just giving big salaries to these officials who are not doing anything in our country. Pero ito po, mayroon ang ginagawa kahit kaunti. Kaya iisipin ko na kung papadissolve ko pa itong agency na ito. The said group, Laban Consumer, filed a complaint against all companies for allegedly entering into pricing agreements that substantially prevent competition in retail and petroleum products. As observed by myself and this advocacy group, the big and small oil companies adjust their prices by the same amount, which runs counter to the whole objective of deregulating the oil industry. Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, this august body passed a law to prevent such shenanigans. Republic Act 10667, the Philippine Competition Law, a measure that prohibits pricing agreements that restrict competition. This law is the basis of the complaint currently lodged with the PCC, a body created by this law for that purpose. Malinaw po na kailangan ng taong bayan na kakampi para ipagtanggol nila ang karapatan nila bilang consumer. Bakit po? Sapagkat ang mga may-ari ng oil companies na ito, ng mga bilyonaryo, kinukuha ang mga bilyon, hindi po sa kanilang sarili, kundi kinukuha ang bilyon sa mga milyong-milyong mga consumer na bumibili ng langis, Mr. Speaker. This, my friends and colleagues, are our constituents, and we cannot allow companies that make billions of pesos prey on them for profit. Nung isang araw, masabi ko lamang, when we had the committee hearing on games and amusement, ay hindi po games and amusement, doon po sa isang committee ng DICT, nandun po ang representante ng Globe at representante ng Smart. Pinapaliwanag po nila ang kanilang ginagawa sa internet. I asked the question, I said, why is it that we have a bad internet connection in this country? And our internet is the slowest internet all over the world. Ang sabi nila, because sa Vietnam daw po, 70,000 ang kanilang mga cell sites. Dito po sa Pilipinas, 18,000 lang. Sabi ko, anong ginagawa ninyo? mga bilyonaryo ang may-ari ng mga kumpanyang yan. Bakit hindi nyo pabilisin ang internet natin dito? Samantalang kayo ay kumikita sa mga milyong-milyong consumer na mga mahihirap upang kayo ay maging mga bilyonaryo. I urge the PCC to look into these oil companies and act on this complaint with dispatch and call on the Department of Energy to fulfill its mandate to protect consumer welfare and ensure fair oil industry practices. The Filipino consumer has suffered enough, Mr. Speaker. It is time for the government to step up in their defense and ensure that they are not exploited for profit and are not victimized by corporate greed, Mr. Speaker. Sobra na po ito. Tama na po ito. Tigilan na po ito. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Carlos Zarate for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Sarate is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Mararapatin po ba ng ating kagalang-galang na Minority Leader na maglinaw ng ilang mga katanungan ng kinatawang ito?
My privilege, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po, Ginoong Minority Leader. Una po, pinagpupugayan ko kayo dahil napapanahon po ang inyong paglatag nitong usapin ng pagtaas ng presyo ng langis at maging sa usapin ng serbisyo ng ating mga public utilities katulad po ng telecommunication companies. Una po, siguro matanong ko lang po, sa inyo pong palagay, kagalang-galang na Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker, ano po ba ang pinagmulan nitong masalimuot na problema na kinakaharap at araw-araw ay nararanasan ng ating mga kababayan doon ho sa parang wala ho tayong kontrol doon sa pagtaas ng presyo ng langis sa Ginoong Speaker, Mr. Minority Leader?
Ano po yung pinagmulan ng mga pagtaas na ito? Well, kung nais po nyo ng talagang tamang salita, ang panimula po nito ay katakawan. Katakawan ng mga bilyonaryo sa bansa natin.
Greed.
Greed.
Isa pong napakalaging, isang kasalanan ng katakawan. Tama po ba?
Opo. Opo.
Nabanggit ko po yan dahil kung maalala po ninyo at siguro ay kabahagi kayo ng Kamara o ng Kongresong ito. Kung hindi man, ay siguro matatandaan ninyo na noon hong 1998, ipinasa po ng Kongreso at naging batas ang Oil Deregulation Law.
Mhm.
At sinabi po doon in 1998 na kailangang i-deregulate natin ang industriya ng langis para magkaroon ng kompetisyon at kung merong kompetisyon ay magmumura ang presyo ng langis. Ang tanong ko po, sa tingin palagay po ba ninyo ang objective ng batas na yon? Kung titingnan natin ngayon ay nangyari nga po ba? Nagmura po ba ang ating langis? At ito po ba ay nakatulong sa ating mga kababayan, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Minority Leader?
Nako, hindi po, Mr. Speaker. Hindi po. Sapagkat noong yan po ay naging batas, ako po ay isa sa mga laban dyan sapagkat naniniwala po ako na hindi po talaga magkakaroon ng fair competition dito.
Salamat po, Ginoong Minority Leader. Tama po. Kung atin pong babalikan, nung ipinasa ng Kongreso at naging batas ang Republic Act 8479, sinabi ng batas na ito at ng mga authors noon na ang kompetisyon ay maganda sa ating ekonomiya. Pero kung titingnan po natin ngayon,
ang naging papel po ng ating pamahalaan at ng gobyerno ay para hong announcer na lang. No? I-announce nito na bukas, oy mag-ingat kayo, tataas na naman ang presyo ng mga petrolyo. Oy bukas ay magro-rollback sila. Bukas magtataas ng magro-rollback ng gaya ng nabanggit ninyo, 10 sentimos. Sa susunod na araw, magtataas naman ng 1 piso kada litro. So, yun po ang naging kalakaran magmula nung maisabatas ang Republic Act number 8479. No? Sa halip na ang sabi po natin noon, buwagin yung kartel ng langis, no? Yung yung Four Sisters or Three Sisters ba yun? Or Four Sisters. Pero ngayon nga po, kayo na rin po ang nagsabi, no? Binanggit ninyo kanina, pag nagtataas sila, tayo yung nagtataka, bakit halos pare-pareho rin yung itinaas nila at pare-pareho rin yung ibinaba ng presyo? Para ho bang sinasabi nila na ang kanila hong ang ginagastos, no? Ang cost of production and even distribution of oil for each of these companies, no, malaki man o maliit, ay pareho. Ano ho sa palagay ninyo bakit ho ito nangyayari?
Ako nga po yung nagtataka sapagkat kamakailan, nung binomba po ng isang bansa yung 2 oil plants sa Saudi Arabia, ay bigla kagad nagkaroon ng news na baka tumaas ang presyo ng langis. So, meron po akong tinanong na ang opisyal ng DOE. Apalagay ko, ang tinanong ko mga yata ay si Secretary. Dahil sabi niya, meron naman tayong sapat na supply. Sapat na supply ng langis. Na, ibig sabihin, ay hindi masyadong maapektahan sa pagtaas. Pero, wala pang 1 linggo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Tumaas na. At ang dahilan dito ay yung pag-atake at pagbomba sa Saudi Arabia. Nakakapagtaka naman. Nakakapagtaka naman po. Palagay ko itong mga oil companies na ito, eh gustong-gustong magkaroon, bombahin yung mga oil plants para magtaas na ng langis. Yun ang akala na maraming tao. Hindi lang po ako to. Ha? Ito po yung akala na maraming taong bayan. I am just speaking in behalf of my constituent. Yan po ang akala nila.
Salamat po, kagalang-galang na minority leader. Tama po kayo. Lahat po nga po tayo ay nagtataka, no, dahil sa pagkakaalam po natin ay meron talaga silang buffer stock. No? 1 buwan yan. No?
Yeah.
Kaya kahit ngayong araw ay bombahin man ang pinagkukunan natin ng langis, ay hindi ho dapat na susunod na araw ay automatic kaagad na tumaas yung presyo ng langis. No? Dahil yung stock nila ay yung dati pa nilang stock. Yun po ang ating pagkakaintindi dyan. Pero, ang problema ho talaga ngayon, dahil sa sinasabi ho nila ng rehimen ng deregulation, ay talagang naniniwala po ba kayo na tayo ay bulag? No? Kung magkano talaga ang presyo ng langis galing sa ibang bansa, dadalhin dito at hanggang doon sa pumping station. Alam po ba natin talaga kung magkano ang presyohan, Mr. Speaker?
Sa totoo lang po, Mr. Speaker, Honor, ako hindi ko alam. Hindi ko po alam. In fact, hindi naman po sinasabi ito ng mga oil companies kung magkano ang talagang presyo sa merkado ng langis. Hindi natin alam kung ilang porsyento ang kanilang pagtaas. Dapat lamang ito'y bantayan. Bantayan po ito ng ating pamahalaan. Meron po tayo ngayon tinatawag nating Philippine Competition Commission na tinatawag na batas. Yan po ang dapat gawin nila. Ang DOE naman ay dapat maging bantay po sa mga bagay na ito sapagkat ang naapektahan po dito, hindi po yung mga mayayaman na kayang-kayang bumili ng gasolina. Ang naapektahan po dito yung mga maliliit na mga tao natin. Hindi po yung mga may-ari ng mga sakyan, kundi po yung maliliit at mahihirap na gumagamit po ng langis araw-araw. Hindi lamang sa mga motorista, kundi sa mga planta at lahat na.
Tama po. Salamat po, kagalang-galang na minority leader. Yun po ang issue talaga na matagal na kahit ng kinatawang ito. Nung una pa mang termino ng kinatawang ito in 16th Congress, and even during the 17th Congress, ay atin pong pinupukpok. No? Dahil po kahit na nasa rehimen ng deregulasyon, at yun po ang nakita nating evils of the regulation. No? Bulag tayo, hindi natin alam. Kung ano na lang sabihin ng mga oil companies, ay tinatanggap na lang natin kahit na hirap na ang mamamayan. Kaya po, talagang tinutulak natin ang mga regulators natin. The Department of Energy, for example, specifically the Department of Energy. Kaya po para sa kaalaman ng ating kagalang-galang na Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker, in the 17th Congress, ay naitulak natin ang Department of Energy na gumawa ng paraan. Sa halos maraming pagkakataon, sinasabi nila wala kaming magawa dahil deregulated na ang oil industry. But we pointed out to them, under Section 15, Paragraph A of Republic Act 8479, kahit under the regime of deregulation, the Department of Energy has powers. For example, power to gather and compile appropriate information concerning and to investigate from time to time the organization, business, conduct, practices, and management of any person or entity in the oil industry. Sa tingin po ng kinatawang ito, ang section na ito gives ample power para sa Department of Energy na tingnan kung paano ba pinipresyuhan ng oil companies by asking informations. And because of that, actually, naglabas po talaga ang Department of Energy ng memorandum circular mandating just this year, April of this year if I'm not mistaken, mandating the unbundling of oil prices. So ibig pong sabihin, katulad po ng presyohan ng kuryente, dahil po kahit na ang kuryente ngayon ay deregulated na rin, di po ba sa kuryente nakikita na natin yung unbundling, Magkano ba yung binabayaran nating distribution cost, generation cost, missionary cost, and all the costs, nandun po sa ating nandun sa ating resibo, na binabayaran. At yun po ang gusto nating mangyari din pagdating dito sa presyohan ng langis. So sa tingin niyo po ba ay kagalang-galang na Minority Leader, tama ang ganitong tunguhin ng ating Department of Energy or ng mga regulators patungkol ho doon sa presyohan ng ating mga langis, Mr. Speaker?
In reality, mukhang yung inyong binanggit na provision dyan, hindi naman po nangyayari. Hindi po ginagawa. For example, kaya binanggit ko po yung sinabi ni Marikina Representative Stella Kimbo na bakit sabay-sabay ang pagtaas ng presyo. Ngayon, sa akin pong tingin, ang ating pong mga kababayan is tinatawag nating very patient to a fault. Ibig sabihin, tinatanggap nila yung mga bagay na ito kahit hindi nila gusto. And this is being taken advantage by those people na napakayaman na. Total, hindi naman nagko-complain yung mga Pilipino. Total, hindi naman nagsasabi yung mga Pilipino. Total, hindi naman nag-aakla sa mga Pilipino. Palagay ko, it's time that this house of the people, should take the cudgel of really representing our people when it comes to a very unfair competition like this, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po, Sir Minority Leader. Tama po yun, dahil meron nga rin tayong Philippine Competition Commission. Pero babalikan ko lang po yung usapin ng unbundling para ho hindi na tayo maging bulag. Nung nilabas ho ng Department of Energy ito, and when it was about to be implemented, ang masama po nito, kagalang-galang na Minority Leader, yung mga oil companies ho, ay nagsampa ng kaso sa korte. At ito po ay kasalukuyang naka-temporary restraining order.
Kayo nagsampa?
Sa korte. Dahil sinampahan po ng big oil companies, ang DOE, para hindi ho ma-implement yung unbundling. No? Ano po ba ang linalaman ng unbundling circular na yon? No? Kung natuloy ho sana yon, no, malalaman natin magkano ba ang, halimbawa, kung natuloy po na-implement yun, no, dahil sa matagal nating pagtutulak, malalaman natin halimbawa on a weekly basis, magkano ba yung international content ang presyohan, no, sa international market, including import and freight costs. Pangalawa, ano yung mga taxes na binabayaran ng mga oil companies? Pangatlo, no, take components ng oil price, halimbawa port charges, cost for refining, storage, handling, marketing, profit margin, etc. So, sa ganong pong pagkakataon, no, kung nagtaas sila bukas ng 80 centavos, ay malalaman natin, justified ba ang 80 centavos? Because they will have to reflect yung components ng presyo na yan. At pag nag-rollback naman sila sa susunod na araw, the same thing. No? So, kaya ko ho pinapoint out ito dahil ito ho sana isa nating paraan. No? Kung hindi man natin mapipigilan yung pagtaas ng presyo, at least there will be transparency. No?
Yeah.
Maging transparent sila, at ito rin ang nagiging trend ngayon sa other sectors, no? From energy. At nung maalala ko nung ating pagdinig naman sa telecommunications companies, we are also going into that direction. Ito bang mga charges natin sa internet, how were they able to come up with these charges, no? So, sana nga po kagalang-galang na minority leader at ang buong ang buong house, no, ay titingnan natin ito. At in fact, I will go further, no? We have to revisit and review the oil deregulation law, no? Dahil nakita na ho natin yung ipinangako ng oil deregulation law na magmumura ang kuryente at makikinabang ang mamamayan dito, ang nangyari ho talaga, ang nakikinabang lang ay ang mga oil oligarchs. Ang mamamayan ho, mura pa rin ang mura ngayon. No? Pinagmumura na lahat. No? Dahil sila ho ang nagpapasan. At siyempre, banggitin na rin natin, ang naidagdag na presyo ng langis ngayon ay since 2018, 2019 at hanggang next year, papasanin natin yung excise taxes ng oil products, no? Dahil sa trade law. So, yun po siguro ang gusto nating puntuhin rito at I hope sasang-ayon ng ating minority leader, we have to revisit, no, this oil deregulation law. Second, tingnan nyo po, dahil ho sa privatization and deregulation, dati po ang Petron, kung pwede ko pong isingit lang ito, ang Petron ay pagmamayari ng gobyerno. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Tama po. Dahil noong panahon po, alam naman natin na merong oil cartel, pag nagtaasan sila ng presyo, ang panlaban natin ng Petron. Dahil ang Petron ay pagmamayari ng Estado, ng gobyerno, ay hindi negosyo ang kanyang sadya. No? Kaya kahit tumaas ang presyo ng ilang oil companies, mababa yung Petron.
Meron pa po kayong salita, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Balita ko po yung Petron, ang malaking may-ari po niya ng Saudi Arabia. So, ibig sabihin, kung ang Saudi Arabia po ay isa sa mga may-ari ng Petron, dapat mababa ang langis at gasolina ng Petron. Dapat mababa. At gusto ko pong sabihin din naman, na yun po exactly, Mr. Speaker, ang panawagan po. Ang panawagan ko po, magkaroon ng transparency dito. Ang panawagan ko, ang DOE, na sila po ang nangangalaga ng ating enerhiya, should be the lead agency upang tawagan at talagang sabihin sa ating mga oil companies, o maging transparent kayo, sabihin nyo sa amin kung ba't kayo nagtaas. Sabihin nyo sa amin kung bakit kayo magbababa. Sabihin nyo sa amin kung bakit kinakailangan magtaas ng gasolina next week.
Yes, tama po. Salamat po, kagalang-galang na minority leader. At yun nga po dapat yung direksyon na, no? Nakakalungkot lang, pero nakakapanggalit din dahil yun nga, tini-RO yung ganong direksyon ng ating energy sector. Now, ito pong pagtaas sa presyo ng langis, no, na halos wala ng kontrol ang ating pamahalaan. Sa tingin po ba ninyo, maliban ho doon sa panukala nating i-review ang oil deregulation law, second, if possible, i-renationalize uli. No? Ibig sabihin, bilhin uli siguro ng gobyerno ang Petron. Ano pa po sa tingin ninyo ang pwede hong magawa ng ating House of Representatives para po maibsan yung problemang pinapasa ng ating mga kababayan? Ginoong Speaker, Mr. Minority Leader.
Tama po kayo. Kinakampihan ko po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yung pag-review natin sa deregulation law. Tama po kayo. At kung kinakailangan po na ibalik natin ang regulatory power ng gobyerno, ibalik po natin. Kinakailangan po ay itong ating House of the People na ito ay talaga naman pong tingnan na mabuti kung ano po magagawa natin upang itong mga nagtataasan ng langis, ng kuryente, ng tubig, ay mabigyan po natin ng lunas. Sapagkat naniniwala po ako na hindi magtatagal, mawawalan na po ng pasyensya ang taong bayan. Naniniwala, kanina po, sinabi ko po kanina sa isang committee hearing that those who have less in life must have more of law. Yun po ang nais kong sabihin. Pero mukhang hindi nangyayari yun Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Salamat, kagalang-galang na Minority Leader. So kayo po ay sumasang-ayon sa mga panukala na katulad kahit ho katulad po ng nangyayari ngayon sa kuryente, ano? Kahit meron tayong maraming puna pa rin dyan. Pero sa ngayon po, pag nagtataas ka ng kuryente, ang Meralco ay kailangan mag-file ito ng petisyon sa Energy Regulatory Commission.
Yes.
Kayo po ba ay sumasang-ayon dun sa panikala na ibalik din natin ang ganitong kalakaran pagdating ho sa presyuhan ng langis, Mr. Minority Leader?
Yes.
Maraming salamat po. So, ang lumalabas po ngayon, talagang kahit in a regime of what we have now, the regulatory regime, ay merong pwedeng gawin ng pamahalaan, merong pwedeng gawin ang ating mga regulators. No? Ang nagiging problema po natin ngayon, kung nagiging passive din ng ating mga regulators, no? Yung tinatawag nilang regulatory capture, no? Na kahit merong puder, ay hindi ho ini-exercise ang puder. At dyan ho siguro papasok tayo na ating kagawaran, ng ating Kongreso, in the exercise of our oversight function, na pukpukin itong mga ahensyang ito, no, at gawin ng kanilang duties and obligations, especially to protect the interests of our consumers, Mr. Minority Leader.
Sana po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that the passive attitude of the government o yung mga ibang ahensya natin, yung ating mga regulators, sana po hindi po ito bordering o tumatama sa korupsyon. Sapagkat ang kalaban po natin dito, mga mayayaman. Ang kalaban po natin dito, yung mga may-ari ng mga oil companies na ito na kayang-kaya nilang paikutin ang batas. Kayang-kaya po nilang to go around the law. Kayang-kaya po nilang magbayad ng anuman. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. At hindi po ako kailanman natatakot sabihin, tigilan na po natin ang korupsyon tungkol dito sapagkat korupsyon na naman itong pag-uusapan na ito.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker. Tama po, no? Dahil sa totoo lang po, taon-taon, no? Itong mga oil companies, hindi naman ho nagre-report na nalulugi sila.
Hindi po.
Bilyon-bilyon ho ang kinikita nila. In fact, tumataas ho, pataas ng pataas yung kita nila. No? Halimbawa po, in 2018, ang Petron lang po, no? Yung kanyang income tumaas ng 16%. No? It posted a 9.5 billion income. Billion po yan. No? So, kaya po, kailangan talagang hamon din sa tingin ko. At I hope ay sumasang-ayon kayo na sa napakaraming mga panukalang batas at panukalang resolusyon na tinatakil ng Kongreso, hamon din sa atin na bigyan din ng priority itong mga ganitong bagay na araw-araw ay may epekto sa ating, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga ordinaryong mamamayan. No? We can debate and discuss so much about how the valuation will be made on a particular property, but every day you are faced with a situation, no, na yung hand-to-mouth situation ng ating mga kababayan, no, na affected by a single increase in the prices of oil the next day, or an increase in the price of electricity or water for that matter the following day.
Katulad lang po yan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, nung aming committee hearing ng Metro Manila Development, na pinag-uusapan po natin yung tubig, ano po, na magkakaroon ng rationing sapagkat bumababa po yung water level sa Angat. Kakampihan ko po sana yung Manila Water, saka yung Maynila. Sasabihin ko po sana, intindihin naman natin sila sapagkat talagang, kung talagang wala masyadong tubig sa Angat Dam, ano magagawa nila? Hindi naman po pwede yung desalinization sapagkat mas mahal. Aba, nung narinig ko, Mr. Speaker, Honor, na kumita ang Manila Water ng 6 billion ngayong taon, hindi pa tapos ang taon, na kumita ang Maynila ng 7 billion. Aba, pambihira naman. Ano bang ibig sabihin nito? Bakit? Para bang ang mga may-ari ng malaking kumpanya, they are more profit-oriented than people-oriented. Ang pakiusap natin naman, pansinin naman ang taong bayan. Hindi po yung tayo na lang rake ng pera para magkaroon tayo ng maraming pera, para tayo nakikipagtagisan ng sinong mauuna sa Forbes listahan ng mga mayayaman sa bansa natin.
Salamat po, Mr. Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker. Wala na po akong mga clarificatory questions. Gusto ko lang pong i-restore talaga na panahon na tingnan natin. No? We have to really revisit, examine this regime of privatization and deregulation, especially of our public utilities, no? Especially of very sensitive products like oil. No? Dahil ang pinangako po nitong biyaya, uulitin ko po, para raw sa ating mga mamamayan ay talagang hindi ho nangyayari. At kayo na rin po ang nagbanggit. Ang nakinabang dito ay yung mga oligarkiya, no? Yung mga power oligarchs, energy oligarchs, oil oligarchs. No? Dahil taon-taon naman, bilyon-bilyon ang kinikita, pero yung serbisyo papunta sa mamamayan ay really one thing. No? And I hope this Congress, especially coming from us in the minority, we can make some inroads in pushing for important legislation that will address these concerns of our ordinary people. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker, Mr. Minority Leader, for the chance of clarifying some points.
Salamat po. Well, the only request I have, Mr. Speaker, ay sana po we will not provoke the patience of our people because they're getting thin. Ako lang po nasusuya na eh. You know, at palagay ko maraming taong bayan natin na nasusuya rin. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagoc of APEC Party List for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dagoc is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Salamat po at may natitira pa. Ang kagalang-galang po ba na minority leader ay tatanggap ng mga maiksing katanungan lang po lamang para makauwi na tayo?
Opo.
Is the minority leader aware that there is a multiplying effect in the cost of fuel and oil in all of the sector in the society.
Please enlighten me, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ang mga planta po natin, because I'm in the power sector, no? Sabi po nga kanina ni kagalang-galang bayan mo na Representative Kaloy Zarate na tumataas din ang presyo ng kuryente. Ang gusto ko lang ipaliwanag dito ay dapat maintindihan natin doon sa unbundled rate, mayroon pong generation. Ang maapektuhan lang po in any increase and decrease in the oil price is yung generation lang po, hindi po yung distribution. Kasi nakapako po yung distribution charge na charge ng mga distribution utilities like Meralco and electric cooperatives. Ang apektado po dito na sinasabi ko na multiplying effect is ang panggatong po sa lahat ng mga planta na pinanggalingan po ng kuryente na dinidistribute ng mga distribution utilities ay may mga diesel pa po. At ang gamit po nila sa operasyon nila sa mga kumpanyang na yon ay diesel din at saka gasoline doon sa mga sasakyan nila. So, the moment na magtaas po yung presyo, ay ipapasa po nila. Kasi sa generation charge, dalawang klase po yung babayaran ni distribution utility sa pinanggalingan, pinagkunan niya na planta. Yung tinatawag na CRF o Capital Recovery Fee na fix po yun for the whole duration of the contract. At yung isa po ay yung variable cost which is very dependent basically on the cost of fuel na panggatong sa planta. Ngayon, during the importation pa lang ng oil na yan, ng fuel na yan, pinapatawa na po ng excise tax yun. Tax 1. Pag iginatong mo na sa planta yan, ang ma-produce niya 1 kilowatt hour. Yan yung magiging generation component. Kasi binibili namin sa planta yan, yan yung generation charge. Mayroon na namang value added tax yun na 12%. Pagdaan niya sa transmission, systems loss, distribution, puro po may 12% na VAT yun. Ngayon, yung mga kumpanya po, yung mga industries na nagproproduce ng construction materials and even the services in the services sector, kuryente po ang ginagamit. Hindi po sila makatakbo kung walang kuryente. And since mahal na po yung kuryente, dahil nagmahal yung generation component, ipapasa din po nila yon sa end users. Kasi ang lahat naman dito ay pasa-pasa ang nakaugalian. Yung magsasuffer po yung end users dahil wala na po silang mapasahan. In effect, magmamahal po yung services, magmamahal po yung mga products natin dahil tataas yung production cost dahil gumagamit sila ng kuryente. Pati po yung tubig. Dahil yung tubig natin ngayon ay binubomba na po. And pumps are using electricity. The moment na tataas yung cost of electricity, magmahal po yung production ng tubig. Dahil yung mga water districts natin ngayon, na nagiging district na lang, wala ng water, binubomba na po nila ngayon yung tubig. At they are using electricity because these water pumps are driven by electricity. Ipapasa din po nila yung cost doon sa consumer ng tubig. Kaya,
ang ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na ang talagang apektado rito, yung end user.
Tama po yon. End users. Dahil lahat po ng mga manufacturing, yung sa service, services sector, pinapasa lang po nila yung cost of production, cost of services with a net margin or a profit. Ngayon, yung end users, yung kumakain sa restaurant, yung gumagamit ng mga products na yon, ano ang papasahan nila? Sila yung gumagamit. So, they will end up paying all the cost na nagmumultiply mula doon sa pagtaas ng fuel hanggang doon sa cost of services and products. So, yan lang po, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minority Leader, yung gusto kong ipaliwanag sa publiko, sa ating mga end consumers or end users.
Thank you po for the enlightenment. Palagay ko, napakahalaga po nito sa mga taong nakikinig po sa atin ngayon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour. Mr. Speaker, sorry, correction. I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Minority Leader Benny Abente,
Including the interpellations.
including the interpellations, to the Committee on Rules.
No objection. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
No objection. Hearing none, period of interpellation is terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Resolution number 386 as contained in the Committee Report number 69. May I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution?
Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 386, Resolution recognizing the importance of the 2019 ASEAN Republic of Korea Commemorative Summit and welcoming the bilateral summit between the President of the Republic of the Philippines and the President of the Republic of Korea.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the House Resolution number 386.
No objection. Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
No objection. Session is adjourned until tomorrow, 3 o'clock, 20 November 2019.